What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Reception double 9. Oh, beautiful check out. It was easy.
For a 1-6-1 and a 4-0 victory there.
This would be an incredible way to win it. What a finish on Mike Warburton. 2-0 down he was in that game.
Beautiful dart, a beautiful marker, and a big hammer blow.
Oh, we're being treated for 3-0 lead and the break of throw. Oh, that's beautiful.
Good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's been an historic weekend. We saw a winner on Saturday night here in the shape of Jensen Walker, and yesterday Luke Humphries became the Winmore World Master. Many congratulations to him for doing that. But now, in week 3, we look forward to see who will be the next name into Champions, which will take place at the end of April. And to help us over the next 3 days, it will be Scott Mitchell. Great to have you back with us, Scott. Really looking forward to seeing who's going to come through the next 3 days in Group A, because we have a lot of different talents from a lot of different countries.
Yeah, we do, and you know, we've had a little bit of a late replacement, and I think that's actually opened the group right up to making it a really interesting group. We have like 3 probably form runners who have very good history here, and we have 3 that are sort of making debuts, not been here very much. And the group could gap, but we know what people do on debut here. They jump on and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, some people who weren't making their debut throughout the course of last week were very successful, and nobody better than Jensen Walker, who on Saturday night did some remarkable stuff. He took out Adam Mould in the final after taking out 2 former Premier League players in Andy Hamilton and Simon Whitlock. Just how impressive was his display on Saturday night?
It was very impressive, and he played the underdog card perfectly. You know, the games were there. There was no real pressure on him. He was able to throw with a bit of freedom. But that doesn't, as a player, always equate to everything, because he never allowed the pressure to be put on himself at any point. For one so young, very impressive. And the fact that he lost that Lakeside final, and we all saw it back at the end of November, and he was very broken as a person. He was very broken that night. So to come back just like 8 weeks later and have the mental strength to overcome that and go and win what probably is his biggest win of his short darting career so far. Fair play to him. It's good mental strength from him.
Simon Whitlock did make his debut last week, and he did win Group A in the first 3 days of week 2. But will he be pleased with the way the week went, even though he didn't get to the final or even win the thing?
Mate, Simon, he's just so laid back with everything. He just loves throwing darts, and he'll be pleased with how the start of the week went. Maybe he may feel that having that couple of days off gave the others a bit more of a lift against him when it comes Saturday night. But look, he's going to be back here, and it was his first time, and yeah, he's going to be used to it, isn't he? And he knows what's coming next time.
Well, let's move forward and look at week 3 in its entirety, because we have some great players coming your way. A lot of people talking about Carl Sneed in Group B because he won on the Challenge Tour very recently. We have made a late change because Robert Thornton is not able to be here in Group A, so he has been replaced by Conan Whitehead, who was originally in Group B, and now Charlie Large comes in to play alongside Sneed and Mawson. Scott Mitchell, let's get your take on this week. Who stands out for you?
You look at it and think the probability is it's going to come from Group A, I think, because we have now 3 very established MODUS Super Series stars here. But if me saying that hasn't wound up the other 2 in Group B and C to produce the goods, well, you should be watching more often.
Very much. We're going to watch a lot of the darts over the next few days with a keen eye on who the favourite is. Graham Hall was the favourite throughout the week. He didn't win in week 2, so Mike Warburton takes the title of being the favourite at the start, followed by Sam Spivey and Lee Cox. What do you make of that?
Yeah, surprising. But Sam Spivey, I do know. I've played him at the Challenge Tour. He is a very exceptional player. If he can come here and produce it in front of the TV cameras, then that 5-1 will be somewhere about where he'll be. But I think, it's going to be about those guys that have been here a few times before and they know the score. And maybe there's some odds there that could favour a little flutter.
Well, we've got a couple of players in our first match who have been here before. One of them more than the other. But Conan Whitehead, the Series 1 champion, will be taking on Jeremy Fagg from Australia, who we did see here last year, but he's been through quite the journey over the last 12 months since we last saw him, and we caught up with Jeremy to see how he was feeling ahead of today. Jeremy, it's great to have you back at the MODUS Super Series. We haven't seen you for a little while, so tell us how things have been with you.
Yeah, I think it's been just over a year since I played my first time. Felt good when I come and played MODUS and went home and put it into the DPA circuit, and I did quite well. I managed to make the World Series and play in Australia and New Zealand, so yeah, that was a good achievement. That was my first time. Had a bit of a niggling injury, but other than that, been good.
Feeling better now that the injury is pretty much done? Yeah,
I think I'm definitely on the up. With injuries, it takes time, and with darts, there's no downtime, so you're 24/7. So I think I'm definitely on the way up, and looking forward to the future.
You've definitely got the message, because now that we're on Pluto TV, it is 24/7, but you're going to be playing for the next 3 days at least. So how are you feeling about the Group A challenge?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the full week. So the quality in MODUS now is getting harder and harder. I think quality and the different players that are coming through. So. I always enjoy the tough games, so I'm definitely looking forward to this week.
You played Q School and Challenge Tour straight after that. Has that given you a solid base to maybe give you some sharpness coming into this challenge?
Yeah, definitely. I played Q School so I could qualify for the Challenge Tour. This year I couldn't afford to stay, so it was all about getting match practice, tournament practice, playing different players, different rhythms, everything like that. So yeah, I think it has given me that extra bit of practice for this week.
Well, you're definitely going to have some challenges this week against some people from different countries, so we'll wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Bullseye it is, but 3-0 lead and the breaker throw. Oh, that's beautiful.
Been his forte today.
Angel the third leg.
It's the obligatory fist pump once again, and that will hurt.
Angel the
That
fourth
camera
leg.
angle tells you that
Jeremy
is smack bang in the middle.
So we start week 3 with an Ashes match. Australia versus England. And Jeremy Fagg, who is firmly Australian, wearing the green and gold today. I love to see that. Up against the Series 1 champion in Conan Whitehead. Now, we are in Series 10, and Conan has been promising for a while now that he will get a second series. It may just be this one. Could he be the Series 1 champion and the Series 10 champion? But first, he's got to take on the 46-year-old from Brisbane. And this guy from Raynham, 38 now, and back for another crack is the Barbarian. This is where week 3 begins. 104 games between now and Saturday night to see who joins Alex Small and Jensen Walker in our Champions Week at the end of April. Jack Garwood is going to be your referee for Monday. For all of the 15 games that we've got for you, 5 games per player.
First leg, it's Jeremy
all
to throw first.
Best of 7 legs, 5-1 straight start, and the bull counts as double 25. That may be something you take for granted, but we just have to communicate that to everybody because over the weekend, Scott, the format was different if you were watching darts elsewhere.
85.
Yeah, very much so. Yep, the World Masters, the Winmore World Masters was a return. Saw a return to our screens in its original format, and what a show that produced over 3 days. Luke Humphreys coming out the winner in a last leg decider, and
140.
with just 4 darts left to throw. Could it have been Johnny Clayton take the 120? No, he missed it. And out goes Luke
26.
Humphreys. Super tournament. Saw 9 darters, record averages, and a fabulous addition back to the PDC calendar. And well done to all those concerned, because it was some entertainment for 3 days.
Yeah, just like Saturday night was. Jensen Walker, an incredible game against Simon Whitlock.
92.
Took care of Andy Hamilton as well. And then Adam Mould in the final. So we will see that young man again in April at the Champions Week.
42.
Jeremy's starting pretty well here. Got himself a 140 in his first leg just to settle him down in that department. But now
95.
it's about settling down
Jeremy, you require
in the approach and the
142.
doubling department. And it doesn't come much more difficult on a Monday morning than playing a series champion.
No, it doesn't. And of course, he's been here
Jeremy, you
before.
require 148.
But it's a long time ago. You know, it's a big space between his last visits, so
44.
it will maybe take a little
Jeremy, you
time to
require
acclimatise.
82.
And this is the kind of checkout that can settle you down. 67 left. And a bullseye in the first leg.
37. Conan, you require 104.
May just have his pocket picked here. Now, he doesn't like the big dart covering the single 18. 10 for tops.
84.
Early chance.
Jeremy, you require 45.
This is where you find out where a player likes to pitch their tent.
Game shot on the first
Jezza
leg.
takes the first
Jeremy
one.
Fagg.
Now, if he had 45 and he liked tops, he would have gone 5 for tops.
Second leg, it's Conan
Those
to throw
small
first.
numbers, Scott, they do tell us a story, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Those little
100
combinations to
He
where the player's going to go. And you said about pitching tents. Now, I know Conan is supposed to be on holiday this week, having a couple of days away
40.
in sunny Bognor Regis, I think it was, and that had now been turned on its head
57.
as of last evening. So I know Shirley, he's feeling for you, his lovely lady. She'll be watching, and yeah, of course, wishing he was probably having a nice couple of
58.
days off before he came in to the Super Series later in the week. But the professional that he is, he drops everything
58.
and filled in here. Not too much of a change. If you were playing anyway and you knew you were playing anyway, not too drastic a change. Probably the biggest change is not getting away for those couple of days with his lovely lady
140.
and his child. So, yes.
Yeah, obviously, we're looking forward to seeing Robert Thornton here today, but he's
138.
unable to play. And we're grateful that Conan was able to step in at the last minute. Jeremy's been in the UK for quite a few weeks now.
140. Conan, you require 68.
Conan's on 50 himself.
43.
They're getting closer to the bull.
Jeremy, you require 120.
Didn't get a great deal of bullseye checkouts last week. I wonder how we're going to be in that department this time around in week 3. Jezza doesn't get to the bull.
39. Conan, you require 25.
No hesitation. Double 4.
Game shot on his second leg.
There's a nice
Conan
equaliser for
Whitehead.
Conan.
Yeah, that's Conan all now acclimatised back in the live lounge.
Third leg, it's Jeremy to
Jezza
throw
not
first.
having
Game on.
Any jet lag issues if you've been over in the UK for quite some while now?
It's always rather amusing that when you talk to an Aussie
57.
in the UK around January or February and you ask them how they are, they say they're good. They just wish they were a little warmer.
140.
And you get used to it after a while. But that leads me to my next point. Jeremy's a lovely chap, and he asked me to convey a message this morning, which I am more than happy to do, because there are people in North Queensland right now having a very, very bad time of it. In places like Townsville, up towards Cairns,
85.
they are being subjected to some very, very abhorrent weather. Well over a metre of rain in the last couple of days. They've got some really tough times in North Queensland at the minute. And Jeremy and myself and everybody here at the MODUS Super Series wishes everybody well in that part of Australia that is really struggling.
95.
Yeah, we see a lot about other places, the LA fires and stuff, but that one seems to have escaped the radar on the news front here in the UK, and we do
44.
send our sincerest wishes for all those affected out there.
To a lot of people, Australia is a country that is baked in sunshine.
52.
It is, a lot of the time. But in that part of Australia, they get some weather. They get typhoons. They get floods.
96.
They're having tough times.
Don't you require 129.
We send our best to them.
Yeah, we forget about the monsoon season sometimes happening
104.
in the likes of Australia because of the sun, the heat, and everything we see. But we know that brings storms here in the UK, the heat in the summer. And it's very similar out there.
56.
Now, Whitehead has already taken out a 25 checkout.
No score.
He knew the moment that left his
Jeremy,
fingertips that was going to be low.
48.
And Jeremy could swoop in here.
Game shot on the
Swoop
third
he
leg.
does.
Jeremy Fagg.
I will say one thing, Scott.
Fourth flag. It's Conan to throw first.
The croc on the back of his shirt looks really, really jacked. Looks like it's been hitting the gym.
135.
I have not seen a more Australian shirt than that since Paul Hogan.
100.
Because he wears those colours, doesn't he? With the crocodile on the back.
Who originates from the West Midlands and now resides in Basingstoke.
180.
Second max of the game for Conan. Last week, it was the Australian Simon Whitlock on debut who was Mr. Maximum.
57.
He was averaging more than 2 maximums a match for the entire group. Incredible stuff.
100.
And we shouldn't be surprised at what we get from Conan. He's been playing top-level darts for many a year.
93.
And when your opponent is only at the
86.
halfway point of a leg after 9, he might just gobble you up. He's determined to get a
61.
bullseye checkout in this game.
I think Conan holds the record here for the most matches won in a row
57.
with a 180 in each match.
25.
And that's a colossal 24. Very difficult to do.
17.
Third time he's had a 25 checkout. Second time in a row that he's missed it. At least this time, Jezza is not on a finish.
100.
He is now.
40. Conan, you require 8. Game shot on the fourth
We have a
flag.
tied match.
Conan Whitehead.
There's a nice pace about this one.
Fifth flag. It's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Jeremy played at Q School recently, as did Conan. Jezza averaged over 85.
100.
But he only played one game. He lost on day one. And then he would play the Challenge Tour in the coming days. That's becoming quite a popular thing to do, just to play the first one, just so you can qualify for the secondary tour, Scott.
Yeah, it's a rule that they have in place. If you go into phase one, then you can play the solitary day and then include yourself to be able to enter the Challenge Tour for the season of 2025. And lots of people see that as part of their development over the season. I like going there because I see a lot of players there that eventually come here and I get to talk about them. So for me, it's a bit of a busman's holiday.
Considering the logistical challenge
59
that Jeremy has, playing the Challenge Tour, living in Brisbane, that is not only difficult,
60.
but very
Jeremy,
expensive.
You require 132.
So planning his calendar is something that happens well in advance. This hasn't worked out brilliantly.
22.
And Whitehead could now find his first lead. His favourite travel on the board is not found.
Yeah, we touched on the travelling for players last week when we were discussing, and
92.
we were discussing
Jeremy,
Simon and how much he helps the
110.
Australian players when they're over here.
That's a great dart. Double 18.
92.
That one dipped
Only
at the final
require
hurdle.
32.
And he does
Game shot on
pay
the
the
fifth
penalty
leg.
for missing
Conan
double 18
Whitehead.
in the end. It's a first lead for Whitehead. Still looks frustrated.
Sixth leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
The Monday morning blues, I think they call it. It's just
140.
I think the averages, it's lovely to be doing mid-90 averages first thing on a Monday morning. It's more important to be winning games over the average every time.
91.
One thing we'll talk about throughout the course of the next 3 days
40.
is the new Australian Premier League, which is going to be happening later in 2025. Something that Simon Whitlock was talking about last week. I'm sure that is a big goal
100.
for Jeremy this season. And maybe getting back to Wollongong in August,
45.
where Australia have a World Series event. Just the one. It used to be two. They used to have one in Perth. They've had one in Brisbane. They've had Sydney. They've had Melbourne. But now it seems like it's made its home in Wollongong, just south of Sydney.
100.
But I get the feeling there are big changes about to happen in Australian darts. You can just feel something bubbling under the surface.
Yeah, you really can. We've seen it take a little resurgence on the WDF side of things out there, because
100.
the WDF World Championship, we had an Australian #1 seed. And that just goes to show how many tournaments are out there for them to play on that side of
Jeremy,
things.
you
And
require
now
110.
we're hearing of the PDC running some sort of Premier League between New Zealand and Australia, and that's got to be good for the game out there in the
28.
Southern Hemisphere.
Conan, you require 36.
This will be good for Conan's game.
Game
And he
shot
connects
on the match. Conan Whitehead.
to take the first 2 points of the week in the first Ashes contest of the week. So it's England 1, Australia 0 in that one. But a very solid basis in his first game. He's not pleased about something, but I'll tell you what he is going to be pleased about. 4 maximums in his first match to take the first game by 4 legs to 2. And now we play our second match of the day right here, where Mike Warburton comes back to the MODUS Super Series to take on debutant Ronan McDonagh.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It is week number 3 of Series 10 at the MODUS Super Series, and it's a welcome back to Mike Warburton, a former weekly champion, taking on a debutant here right now in what looks like to be a very fast Ronan McDonagh. The man known as Warby from Wrexham, 40 years of age now, and the winner of Series 3 Week 5. And 6 and a bit series later, he's looking to double his tally against the 23-year-old from Clothen. I get the feeling that Warby's going to have to just maybe press pause every now and again when he plays against Ronan, because this guy is pretty swift. Maybe a look at one of the other talents that can put Ireland on the map.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Seen plenty of really good Irish talent over the last couple of years. Conor Heenahan, of course, who's made a Champions Night before and hit 2 9-darters in the building.
85.
I was especially impressed with Dean Finn in the previous series. But now we have another talent on our hands
99.
in the shape of Ronan.
Yeah, Dean Finn, a bit of a youth starlet, wasn't he? And sort of had a few years off and come back and was very impressive in our last series. And Kieran Tian as well, another one who's been here, who he's a lad that really does impress me, Kieran. I do like him as a person as well. He's got the right attitude off the board, and you just feel for him. It's a matter of time before it comes to the board, and now we have a latest in the edition of the Irish influx.
140.
In Ronan McDonagh, but didn't have a very successful Q school this year.
81.
I'll be disappointed with how that went. But these guys are learning their trade. It was probably a massive thing for him to come and travel and
100.
play in that Q school. I wonder if he understands that yellow part is an exclusion zone.
Mike, you require 116.
Overhead shot, so walked straight through the back of it after his first couple of throws.
Double 18. And Warby's off to a flyer.
Mike Warburton.
That dragon on the back of his shirt looks very happy. And the man adorning the dragon will be feeling just that with his first ton plus checkout. And anyone's first ton plus checkout of this week. Really good from Mike.
Absolutely.
82.
And he's been here many times, but I'll tell you how I like my Warburton. I like the toasty one. You know, the bread in the little wax paper stuff. It keeps it fresh.
45.
And every time I see Mike Warburton, I think of the bread. And I'm probably sure he's nothing to do with the company that make it. Maybe an ancestor from the past, a downward relation from it. But yeah, the one thing we can say, he's a very established dart player.
60.
Particularly here in this building, he's been here on 10 occasions previously, and he made finals night on 8 of those, and that's a pretty good conversion rate for me.
Judging by who we've got here this week, in comparison to Mike, I'd have to say that he's one of the favourites to make Saturday night before a dart is even thrown.
41.
But maybe that ton plus checkout to start his campaign accentuates the fact that he is one of the favourites for the week.
And I think he's one of those that's come here and got used to that. And we've been mentioning the Wimar World Masters this week. I actually played Mike, I think maybe
140.
2018 at the Circus Tavern, and he was kind of a newer face. Not many people knew him. I didn't know much of him back then, and yeah, he made mincemeat of me in that game. He made the game look very simple indeed, and it's how he plays. He's a very
Ronan, you require
straight up and down, simple dart player who keeps things simple on the board, doesn't overcomplicate things.
98.
And for some players, that's the right way.
132.
A second ton plus finish is still alive. This one is a bit more complicated. This is a complicated dart, but he already knows where he's going to throw it from. And he very nearly found it.
Ronan, you require 16.
He really thought that was in there, didn't he? He had to check with our camera.
No score.
Oh.
Well, Ronan, we
required
need to say nothing at all there.
He actually started getting further away. And this would hurt if he hits the double that he's
17.
seen himself miss 3 times, but not on this occasion.
Come on then, Ronan. Darts is a roller coaster.
Game shot on his second leg. Ronan McDonagh.
Just got to ride it. There he goes. Takes the double 8. Clean as a whistle.
And it only took 30 minutes for Scott Mitchell to get that one in.
First. Game on.
Well, he wasn't playing in the first game, so I couldn't say it.
$100.
We mentioned Dean Finn who played at Q School himself recently.
45.
And we've mentioned Conor Heenahan as well, who has been here many, many times since we came here in September of 2022. Well, funnily enough, back in 2015, at the WDF Europe Cup Boys Tournament, the Irish team won the whole thing. And the team was
45.
Dean Finn, Conor Heenahan, Mark Connolly, and Ronan McDonagh. So maybe he's on the same trajectory as someone like Dean Finn, who did make finals night when he was here at the end of 2024. And just to give you some indication as to who they beat in the final, they beat the Netherlands,
40.
which included a couple of names you might have heard. Justin van der Gouw and Michael Verburg, who's actually celebrating his birthday today. Celebrating what are you, Mike? Celebrating a 161 is what he's doing.
Warburton.
He could have had 3 ton plus checkouts in his first 3 legs of the week. He'll take 2 out of 3 because it isn't bad.
No, masterful finish there, nice and early for Warburton. And you have to say, when you hit those early doors in your games, you feel you're right on it for the day, don't you? You feel cozy, you feel comfortable, and you
60.
Start to then throw with a bit of freedom.
$140.
I always like looking back at those boys' tournaments from years gone by to see where people's journey began. It's one of the greatest things about technology and the readiness of information these days to tell us where people have been, and it might just give us an indication of where they're about to go.
60. Ronan, you require 96.
It's amazing how things can change. After the 161, McDonagh was on an 11.
78.
But the outer ring seems a little fragile for him early on. He's 1 from 6.
Yeah, Ronan, no matter what they tell you, you have to hit the outside and outer ring
10.
to win matches here.
Like you require 141.
And the way he's been going at the outer ring so far, that will not help him. Now, Warburton wanted to leave something a little smaller than 141.
60. Ronan, you require
Another chance to hold
8.
for Ronan. This time he finds it.
Flag, Ronan McDonagh.
That's all well and good. But the thing is, most of the time over the next 3 days, you're not going to get that many chances to take a leg like that out. So if you leave 96 after 9, that's brilliant. But if your opponent is on a finish after 9 as well, you're going to have to be sharper.
Yeah, and if you can sort of back that type of scoring up with quick finishing, he has or will give the bookies a bit of a headache.
140.
Because if he continues to score like that,
54.
He'll believe he can fly.
I don't know what you feel about this, Scott, but since 2019 when John O'Shea won the World Masters,
60.
a tournament where we actually did see Mike Warburton play and yourself, but I think since then,
100.
Irish darts has kicked on. We've seen more young talents coming through. And if I may say so, I think we're seeing more Irish talents come back. People who were good when they were younger, and they've been re-inspired by some good work by people in Ireland getting tournaments on, maybe academies opening up for kids.
28.
But I think one of the biggest things is
141.
that Irish weekend in the autumn where they have the Irish Open and the Irish Classic. I think that's reignited some Irish passion.
130.
I agree, and I think having been out there for the Six Nations with England last year and seeing some of the setups that they're having now, particularly
11.
down in the Republic of Ireland, and they now have a sort of national series. The big three turned out to be a massive three. Double two
7.
was unable to tidy it up. Now, I've had a little message from our lovely friend Dean Finn,
58.
and he says the
Like to
Ronan
require
McDonagh
4.
is a different Ronan than what played in 2015.
You've got to be kidding
Game's
me.
on the 5th leg. Mike Warburton.
Wow, 3-2 Warburton. Isn't that interesting?
Indeed. Indeed
Sixth
it
leg,
is.
it's
So, yeah,
Ronan to throw
thank you.
first. Game on.
That Ronan was from Sligo, and this Ronan is from Offaly.
54.
I think I said that right. Offaly. So, yes, 2 different Ronans. Who'd have thought it? It's like having 2 Paul Nicholsons. It just couldn't happen.
100.
That's astonishing.
Can you imagine having a Paul Nicholson from Newcastle and one from Bristol talk like that?
140.
Here, he's just got that double you have. And then you come in with your... And they were both commentators. How good would that be?
That would be a comedy sketch and a half, wouldn't it?
60.
This game could go the distance if this Ronan McDonagh stays right there.
140.
Invaluable information, by the way. Thanks, Dean. Appreciate that. Because we could have been rattling on. Based on the database of information that we have, we could have said all sorts of stuff about this Ronan that was inaccurate.
97. Ronan, you require 100.
We'd have had to said, no matter what they tell you, it's 2 different Ronans.
72.
The last start was a bit wayward, and he's not happy with it either. If Warburton was to lose this game, having had the 2-ton plus checkouts,
100.
he would not be a happy bunny.
Ronan, you require 95.
And I did mention the town correctly.
79. Mike, you require 144.
He's had 11 darts at a double now, McDonagh. He's about to get some more. Considering his average is 10 fewer
41. Ronan, you require 16.
than his Welsh opponent.
And
Is he all of a sudden getting too many darts at a double because of the lack of scoring from his opponent?
Shot on a 6th
Maybe,
leg. Ronan
because it's now
McDonagh.
3-3.
I think you have a very valid point there, Nico. You really do. And
7 from final
we see
leg.
this sometimes
It's
a lot
Mike
here
to
in
throw
matches.
first.
And
Game on.
if the momentum now with McDonagh, we know he's trying to break
60.
the mind of a very strong mentally player in Mike Warburton.
100.
Look at that beautiful throw. One of the best in the world.
60.
Very little in the way of moving parts, apart from the catapult action of the throw. But look at this. Maybe a little bit more raw. Well, that's his first max. And what a time to get it. Right towards the end.
100.
Ronan's enjoying himself up there.
50.
I thought he was going to get a left-handed 180 then to back up with the proper 180.
Needs another treble to get to a finish.
98.
Not that one. So Ronan's got 9 darts from here. Maybe 6, definitely.
96.
But he's done the right thing there by continuing to hit the right numbers. And Niall Cullerton has just sent me a message saying I pronounced it correctly as well. So thank you, Niall. And I will apologise. We didn't mention you there when we were having a little
59.
plither of
Ronan, you
Irish
require
players. How
75.
did we forget you, my friend?
Double 12.
51.
More missed starts at the outer ring. They weren't close, and
Mike, you
Warburton,
require 120.
he's got his hand hovering over the pocket of McDonagh.
Just needed a touch more composure there, didn't he, Ronan?
He's going to get another visit.
42.
And that has been
Ronan, you require 24.
the tail of the tape here. 16 darts at a double. Double 3.
21.
And he might have let it slip,
Mike, you
having had
require
19
82.
darts at a double now. Keep it simple. Get the 25. Get the 17. Get the tops.
42.
The tops he doesn't get.
Ronan, you require 3.
And McDonagh comes back for that all awkward 3.
There's the composure you were talking about, Scott.
No score.
But a lack of it on the dartboard.
Mike, you require 40.
This is a game that Warburton could have easily lost. Double 10.
30.
That's a game he could still lose.
Ronan, you require 3.
Once again, he needs to calm himself. Does the first bit right.
Game
And
shot.
gets the
And
second
match.
bit right this
Ronan
time
McDonagh.
around. It's 4-3 in Wales versus Ireland as we start today. Really did limp over the line. Warby will be a little bit disappointed when he looks at the averages, but you know the averages don't get put on the trophy at the end of the week. It's a steady start, you say, for Warburton. Maybe should have won that game when he got the chances, but it's Ronan McDonagh, 4 from 22 on his doubling up. He's going to have to sharpen up on that as the week goes on. We'll head into a short break now. When we return, it's Lee Cox against Alexander Masek.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to Portsmouth. And now it's time to see the man known as Lee Cox, or as I like to say, the man who never has a hair out of place. Lee Cox is back. A man who always has a great story to tell. Super friendly, super talented, and super back. Looks like he's cut his beard with a laser this morning. Taking his very tidy appearance to the next level. But he's up against the 33-year-old from Czechia in Alexander Masek, making his debut here, and his nickname is Sasha. We will get to the bottom of that by the end of the week, I promise you that. But both games today have been won against the darts so far for Conan Whitehead and Ronan McDonagh. Even though he missed 18 darts at a double, he was still able to get the victory. It's all about points at the end of the day. And at the end of
First
Group A,
leg, it's Lee to throw first.
the most points
Game
amassed by said player will get to the Week 3 finals night on Saturday. Now, Lee Cox has got a 9-darter on this stage, but he did so
84.
with different darts to this. He has been going in and out of certain bits of equipment over the last 2 or 3 years. Interesting to see him back
40.
with a dart that looks a bit more like the original stuff we saw him use in our previous studio in Southampton a couple of years ago.
140.
Seemed to be working pretty well.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same. It's they look pretty effective, and if we're comparing hairstyles here, Lee sweeps his right backwards, and his opponent sweeps his right forwards. So you couldn't get more opposite.
Well,
Lee's going to feel very comfortable coming into today. He's got so much experience of playing in this place against a first opponent who has never played here once. This is his first time.
And he will know that Lee Cox had a 9-darter here on this stage.
60.
I think I actually called it in.
You did. Very well done as well. This could be very well done.
140.
Gets to a finish.
Lee requires 76.
Which Mike Warburton could not take out twice in the previous match. And that's not taken out either.
Alexander, you require 141.
He's paid Alexander a lot of respect there by not laying up.
$81. Lee requires
Lee does
25.
know Conan Whitehead very well.
Game shot on the first
But
leg.
one of
Lee
them has
Cox.
taken out a 25 checkout in 2, whereas Conan was not able to do that when he played,
Second
even though he
leg,
did
it's
get the win.
Alexander to throw first.
A classic rookie
Game on.
mistake there from Alexander. When you make your debut, you do have to wait for the referee to give you clearance to throw. There's a 10-second gap between legs.
82.
Very interesting dart Alexander uses there. Not having any grip on it whatsoever. Just a little divot partway down the barrel where it looks to be the position that he holds it to get the forward propulsion.
100.
Looks very light, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does indeed. And people say, oh, you know, a smooth dart like that, do you actually get the
78.
grip? But if you have a Formula 1 tyre like that, then it seems to grip the road an awful lot better than a tyre with a ribbed effect on it. So
60.
or a patterned effect on it. So I'm still, the jury's still out with me on that with darts, whether a smooth dart is grippier and with you having more surface contact.
100.
Yeah, time will tell. It's each to their own. Terry Jenkins is one that used to use a very smooth dart like that.
He's also using a very slim flight.
137.
I always say, if you can get away with using slim flights like that, you've got to be a really good pure thrower, because those darts are going to fly
90.
very fast.
Alexander,
Yeah, I was just about to say the same. There can be no wibble or movement in the air of the dart itself. You have to be the perfect thrower. And is he going to finish this 1-2-2 off perfectly?
97.
No, not quite.
Lee require 93.
Good attempt, though.
That's a good dart. 99.
Game shot on the second leg.
Brilliant.
Lee Cox.
A nice little snarl there from Crafty Coxey. He knows that was a really good pinch.
Third leg.
With the 93 there, is that a
game up
sign of how confident he is? Didn't entertain the bullseye route and going back to try and hit the bullseye to take the leg. Very positive. Very believing in his own ability, going straight for the 57. Those little telltale signs from players. It does go to show
100.
what sort of mindset they're in coming into the building.
It's nice to see Lee playing here, because at the start of the year,
77.
you were telling me this morning, Scott, that it didn't start ideally. He was scheduled to go to Q School, but he couldn't make it.
No, he believes he had some sort of virus, and on the Monday he said if it had been flu or anything like that, I'd have
26.
You'd go and you'd make an attempt, but he said he came up in a rash on his body and some sort of virus sort of hit him, and it gave him
140.
dry skin all over, and he's still sort of recovering from it now a month later, and hasn't been playing a lot of darts. Went to the Challenge Tour
140.
after Q School. He was a non-attender at Q School, and I think had to have a doctor's certificate to say that he was unable to attend, and then PDC have allowed him then to play in the Challenge Tour without having attended, which is, it's sensible. There was a rule put in place, and there are exceptions to the rule, and I think illness
44.
of that type and severity is
Game shot
an
on the third
exception
leg. Lee Cox.
that, has to be taken.
Fourth
He's playing
leg,
lovely
it's
here at the
Alexander
minute.
to
He's
throw
3 from
first.
5 on his doubles.
Game
He's
on.
running a 98 average, and there seem to be no ill after effects at the moment. He did come in saying he's not sure how he's going to play, because he's still feeling a few effects from the illness, but if these are the effects of the
40.
illness, and I think everybody will want a piece of it.
He had one good tournament at the Challenge Tour events cluster in the middle of January.
123.
In events 1, 2, 4 and 5. Probably wasn't happy with those showings, even though he did lose to the World Senior Champion in the second one
77.
by 5 legs to 2. No shame in that. But he did make the last 32 of event 3. Now, you might think, last 32?
85.
That's not particularly brilliant. He won 4 games to get to the last 32. There were hundreds of players
84.
at that event. And if you want to go one further, how about the fact that someone yesterday won the Dutch Open men's tournament? Jeffrey Sparadans won 13 games to win that title. That's right, 13.
In a row. And you cannot always play your best in that type of thing, and you have to dodge bullets at some point.
Double 10. This is to keep it alive.
46.
Cox would love to finish this off. Double top.
80. Alexander, you require 10.
Needs to get a double on the board. And that doesn't work.
6.
So you would fancy that Lee's going to finish the job now.
40.
No hesitation. And
Game
straight in
shot
for a
and the
4-0
match.
victory.
Lee Cox.
The ideal beginning for the returning Lee Cox. And that is the performance of the day by some distance. Nearly a 97 average and 4 out of 7 on the doubles. He's got the most solid of foundations for a really good charge here on Monday to start his campaign. He wins by 4 legs to 0, and all of a sudden we are straight into round number 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We've had a couple of debutants so far this morning. One of them getting a win, the other one not getting a leg. But now, in game number 4, to start round 2, it's 2 of the most experienced MODUS Super Series players that we could possibly throw at you. And now they'll be throwing at the board to see who gets the next 2 points. Whitehead did win in the first round by 4 legs to 2, beating Jeremy Fagg with an average of 86. And 4 180s as well. So that was encouraging. But Warburton leaving game 2 without a win. He will have been scratching his head, but he didn't have much time to reset. Because Lee Cox was not hanging around
First leg,
with
it's
that
Conan
4-0
to throw
victory in
first.
match number 3. Performance of the
Game
day
on.
from Coxey. And now The gauntlet has been laid down to these two who will now do battle for the next 2 points.
Yeah, not having a lot of time to reset sometimes is a good thing. It doesn't let you overdwell on it for a couple of games. And I said after hitting that 161, he would feel that the momentum was with him, and I think at that point in the game it certainly was, but
100.
He didn't kind of continue with it. So, we'll now try and a much tougher game to target.
140.
To try and win against the darts against Conan Whitehead, who has been here. This is his 12th visit to the live round for the Super Series. Converting 8 of those into Saturday night final nights, and holds 3 titles here as well of those 8.
You require 161.
He would love to start 2025 with another title.
83.
Week 2 saw a new title winner in Jensen Walker. Week 1 saw a new title winner in Alex Small. I wonder when we will see
Conan, you require 78.
the next person to win who's already done it before. It may be this week, or we might have to wait. You can tell that Conan is not pleased that he didn't get a dart at a double there.
141.
Third time, Warburton's left 141 today.
60. Conan, you require 40.
This will not be missed.
No score.
The commentator's curse strikes on Monday morning.
Absolutely right. And yeah, with Warburton now on a very gettable 81 as well. 12 then for the bullseye. We've seen him hit the bullseye for a 161 in his previous match.
56.
Not to be this
Conan, you
time.
require 40.
I'm not seeing anything this time.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
he appreciates it. He does appreciate it. I can read his mind.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
Conan is almost like the godfather of the MODUS Super Series, considering what he's done here before. He loves this place. And Conan is very much beloved by many dart players worldwide. He's a great guy to have around. He's got a lot of confidence. That is something that people feed off.
60.
Yeah, he's one of those sort of no-nonsense types, isn't he? If you're being a silly boy, he'll tell you you're being a silly boy.
55.
And if you throw a nice dart and you say you can't be disappointed with that, you played all right there, bud. You know, he's one of those types of players, and yeah, not a yes man by any means.
60.
But liked by most who know him.
Yeah, everybody needs a straight talker in their life just to keep them in line every now and again, and Conan is that person to a lot of us.
Yeah, particularly in this game, it's very easy to get all me about it and be a little bit over vocal sometimes off the board. And
108.
Conan's kind of a daddy to many in that situation.
That's Mike's first maximum of the week.
60.
Actually beat Conan to the punch in that department in this game. He's leaving a lot of checkouts with a 1 at the end. Double 16 for an impeccable conversion in 6. 281 in 6 darts.
Third leg.
Now it cannot be done any better than that.
No, it can't. And superbly done from Warby.
42.
Yeah, back in the day when I met Conan, it was a Part of a little try from that Kent area. Ross Smith, Conan, Steve Douglas,
140.
Pete Mitchell, Maverick. Yeah, good time in darts that was in the travelling days with the BDO when we would all be crossing on the ferry off to Holland or Belgium or whatever, and yeah, meet up with the guys from up north that would come down and go on the ferry. It was some great fun we had back then.
85.
Do you know something, Scott? I'm going to get something off my chest, because when you mention Steve Douglas, I think 99% of people
100.
do not realise just how good he was.
Yeah,
he was brilliant.
Yeah. Considering he sort of tried to disable himself by playing left-handed as well. Yeah, he did play very well. Yeah, some fun times with that man.
139.
Oh, it makes me laugh just thinking about it. Him and Lucy, and yeah, she just passed her test. And we were in Antwerp. I didn't realise she'd only passed her test 2 days before.
85.
She drove to Belgium.
Yeah, and then she offered us a lift from the hotel to the... I'll continue the story in a second.
Well, we had the interceptor winning on Saturday night, and Conan was trying to be the interrupter there.
I thought having long points was supposed to stop all that happening. 91. That one bounced out by a long way. Comes back at you.
Treble 14. He is very much a
51.
textbook player.
Conan,
He's not going to use the bullseye a lot. He's not going to use double-double unless he feels it's absolutely necessary. And Mike Warburton, even though he's got the better average by 10 points, he's behind, and that's exactly what happened in his first game. You were saying, Scott?
Yeah, so we were going from our hotel in Antwerp to the venue, and instead of getting a cab, Steve said to Paul Carter and myself, the Cannonball, so it must have been around 2010 or 11 maybe. Yeah, if you want a lift, come with us. So somehow or another, we ended up on the...
6.
In Antwerp, if you've been driven through the middle of Antwerp, there are many, many lanes. Tram lanes in the middle, there are bus lanes, and somehow we ended up in a bus lane going the wrong way. And we ended up in the bus station.
108.
There were like 50 people queuing for a bus in the bus station. And Steve said to Lucy, "Stop a minute, love, stop a minute." And she stopped these people
6.
down the window, and he said, "Sorry, lads, this one's full. We're in an Astra. You'll have to wait for the next one." He wound the window up and we drove out there, and I don't think we stopped laughing for 40 minutes. It was the funniest thing ever. So yeah, Steve Douglas, good man. I had a cheeseburger eating competition with him once as well. That was another story
41.
for another day.
Mikey require 81.
We look forward to hearing about that one. Mike is trying to bolster his chances of winning this game. The scoring has been
69.
really good. 2 maximums, 3 140s, 5 ton plus shots on top of that.
100.
And a guaranteed shot at double
Mikey
6 to draw
require
level.
12.
Not moving. Now he is.
6.
And that's what he did not want to happen. He's cornered.
Yeah, he's
95.
the Sublime 101 finish
Mikey
there where he was out in one
6.
dart, and then the very next leg, you're
Yeah,
messing
solid
around.
4
And
flag.
there's
Mike
no messing
Warburton.
around with that. A very positive throw. Very easy on the double 3 with that much time in hand to kind of
first.
tentatively go at it, isn't there? And when you tentatively go at it, you don't throw the dart with the same
58.
at the same speed, at the same power to give it the right trajectory. And we're all guilty of it at times when we're going for a double. But that was no nonsense, straight at it, full beans at it.
6.
And he reaped the rewards.
At this point of the morning, where everybody is having their first day at work for the week, or if you're having a day off, just enjoying some darts, live on Pluto TV, we welcome you. hope you're relaxing and enjoying it wherever you are. But I know someone who's enjoying the coverage, and that's the new JDC Super 16 champion, Jack Johnson. On his way back from MK.
100
and enjoying that visit of Conan Whitehead. Many congratulations to Jack and also to Jaden Walker for making the final. Apparently, Super 16 action, but you don't have to be anywhere near 16 to be able to win that.
No, it seems that way. And honestly, Jack, I don't hold it against you. You beat my little buddy. Well done to you.
41.
Jaden, I've been around for an awful long time, and he really is coming to the game nicely indeed. And we're all very proud of Jaden down in Dorset and what he's doing. And been playing for the Dorset B side now for a while. He had a 27 average for the B team on Saturday before he headed to Milton Keynes.
Now, what does he want to do here? He's going to gamble.
65.
He might have seen that Warburton has not taken this out at all today, even though he's left it multiple times. The calculated gamble may just now pay off.
105. Conan, you require 32.
Does he take the lead?
Game shot on the fifth leg. Conan
Shades
Whitehead.
of 2022 when he hit that double to win Series 1.
Sixth leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I think he remembers that shot. We all do, Conan. He takes a 3-2 lead. He's now looking to make sure that Warburton does not have a win in his first 2 rounds.
$95.
Warburton's next match is against Lee Cox. So there is now a potential risk that he could walk away from
108.
rounds 2 and 3 with no further points. This could be a drastic situation for Mike if he doesn't get back into this one and win it.
140.
Because when he takes on the debutants, they will have reps and matches in the tank and they will be more comfortable than they were at the start.
43.
That's speculative, but it makes sense. And here comes Conan.
137.
That's a match-winning opportunity.
$59. Conan, you require.
And it looks even more makeable now that Mike is still behind him. Doesn't have to go double-double. Might be treble 12. Double 18.
93. Mike, you require 138.
You feel this has to go to extend the match, and it's not going now.
Well, it's a weird one, Scott.
6.
Because Warburton has got
Conan,
the
you
higher
require
average by more than
36.
5 points. He's got all the 180s in the game, all 3 of them. But double 9
27.
would have put Warburton in
Mike,
the
you
game 4
require
bin.
78.
Yeah, and I think Conan's reaction shows how important that was to him.
Oh, no, he's missed a single 20.
68.
He's
Conan,
just
you
thrown the last one away,
9.
thinking that the game is done. It's a 5th match dart for Whitehead, and it's in the right portion of the board. He loves the top right corner.
Five.
He knew it wasn't there as soon as he threw
Mike,
it.
you require 10.
Warby should have been on tops here. And now he's on 2s.
8.
He's had his chance to elongate this match.
Conan, you require 4.
Yeah, he really has. Surely he can't miss from here.
Game shot.
The ninth match start does
Whitehead.
hit the mark. And Conan Whitehead, with a little bit of an attritional battle towards the end, does get over the line. He's on 4 points. It's all going right so far, points-wise, for Whitehead. But rubbing that elbow is not a good sign. He'll have a little bit of a break before he comes back. We'll see him in round number 3. But next, it's going to be Jeremy Fagg up against Alexander Masek as Australia take on the Czech Republic.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
A very warm welcome back to a very chilly Portsmouth. And I'm sure Jeremy Fagg would echo those sentiments, because in Australia right now, predominantly, it is very, very warm. It's the middle of the summer over there. But Alexander Masek, his next opponent, who didn't get a leg in his first game, even though he averaged a shade over 86, which is a little bit better than Jeremy did.
First leg.
Jeremy got
It's
2
Alexander
legs in the
to throw
bank.
First.
So this is a
Game
bit
on.
of an even battle, this one. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. I think Masek still needs to find that first double of the day just to settle down.
60.
Who would you have as favourite in this one? Scott, Alexander, or Jeremy?
Probably Jeremy,
80.
off the fact that Alexander didn't manage to get a leg in his first, although He was playing a very informed Lee Cox.
100.
No ranking titles yet for Alexander, but he's the kind of person
81.
that you see on a lot of result sheets these days. Different tournaments in Central Europe, maybe Eastern European qualifiers.
42.
He did get through one of them last year en route to the International Darts Open in Riesa. Eventually won by a certain Martin Schindler. He beat Patrick Kovac in the final to qualify for that event in Budapest. Just a shade under a year ago. But he did not play at the Eastern European qualifiers this past weekend in Slovakia. What do you make of that, Scott?
Yeah, I find that a bit strange. I think probably I'd have gone for the first couple of days maybe, and then come here on the Sunday. I don't know. There must be a reason for it. Could be, we know that the Czech Republic's quite a big country, and maybe it could be a
Jeremy, you require
logistics issue from where one would have been playing and one have to returning. I don't know, but whatever the reason,
39.
I'm pleased he chose
Alexander, you require 139.
Super Series first.
He definitely has. Now he's got to make it count.
83.
Yeah, great last start.
Jeremy, you require 66.
But Jezza is already... I was just about to say, just in position to take this first leg. But
Alexander,
those kind of
you require
mistakes,
56.
they could be punished. Double top. First leg of the day,
First leg.
and now we
Alexander
can settle
Masek.
down.
Second leg
Yeah,
is
Czech
Jeremy
Republic
to throw first. Game on.
have really started to punch, maybe above their weight over the last few years, since they've had a great deal more attention to their
46.
darting stars, like Evil Charlie, Karel Sedlacek, who is back on the tour after losing his tour privileges at the end of 2024. He got them straight back through Q School.
119.
There are many other talents, but Adam Gavlas did not get his card back. It'll be fascinating to see what he does this year.
135.
I think a lot of that goes down to how the Czech darts organisation is run now. We're seeing it with these countries in the last 10 or 12 years really coming to the fore. Romania, another one, who are putting on some fabulous tournaments in their country for their sort of national players and
58.
really starting to get the backing of players going to those tournaments and learning a skill or craft. It's obviously always been going on here in the UK, and then
6.
Holland. There was a big influx of that sort of thing happening off the back of Barney winning Lakeside, Raymond van Barneveld. But, these are relatively new countries to the game.
56.
Your Slovakias, your Romanias, your Czech Republics, and we're now seeing the sort of fruition of what are coming out of those countries in the form of dart players and the way that their organisations have got themselves together and started running.
Yeah, I agree with that. We've seen other countries
58.
getting success before them, the likes of Croatia. And there was double success for Boris Kruchma this weekend. He's qualified for the first 2 European Tour events of the season.
137.
And in one of the finals, he beat a guy called Daniel Racovianu from Romania. I had it on good authority. He played really well this weekend. Now, this is a great shot.
134.
Great attempt from Jezza.
Alexander, you require 42.
But a chance to double the lead for Alexander.
26.
Not quite.
Jeremy, you require
Jezza let off the hook. Bit cagey on the first one. And now he's got to be aggressive.
Game shot.
Worked perfectly. Great dart from Jezza. Just goes to show you can be a little defensive
Third leg, it's Alexander
with the
to throw
first and second dart at 7-7.
Game on.
And you can gauge how you feel on those first and second darts. If you still haven't hit it, dart 3, you've just got to go.
95.
Yeah, that was a difficult conversion for him because he had to not just get the feel of where the first 2 darts went, had to slide across the oche a little bit more and throw back across the grain of the first 2 darts as well. But
57.
managed to achieve it nicely, and those sort of little darts, it might have only been 14 points for 1 dart, but they sort of build confidence within your game and they start making you feel good about yourself. And when you start feeling good about yourself on the oche is when some of your best starts start to hit the board. So trying the same stunt on that occasion.
59.
Moves out to the 19s.
I know he's got a lead of nearly 180 points here, but that on a steel tip dartboard didn't make any sense. You don't stay on the 19s
40.
with dart 2 in that spot. You go back to the 20s. If you don't get the treble, you can go back to the 19s and still leave the finish with dart 3. That's what it's all about when it comes to approach play. Board management is about leaving a finish with dart 3. If you're not able to, something has been done incorrectly. Now, he's not going to be hurt by it, by the looks of it, but they're the kind of bad habits you need to iron out if you're going to be a better player. Double top.
33.
Not far off. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people watching Jezza from Australia.
6.
It's not that late over there.
Alexander, you require 40.
Primetime viewing, in fact. That is a prime shot.
Alexander Masek.
And Masek has doubled the amount of legs he's won today now for a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, feeling the cold out there on the stage. He's putting his hand under his opposite arm there to keep his fingers warm. Now I have an explanation with cold hands. One, they're
45.
cold. And the second is that sometimes when you're a little bit nervous, your hands will go cold. And maybe he's showing a few signs of nerves there.
108.
If I was in a cold place playing darts, my trick was, in between throws, I would always have my hand in my pocket.
60.
Unlike when you go to the bar.
Ouch! That stings, Mr. Mitchell.
Anytime I've been near a bar with you, it's always been a free bar. So my hands have been firmly still in my pocket as well. So I will take that one back.
Fair enough. I'll tell you what, Jezza doesn't want to take this leg back. 47 after 9.
100.
This is much better.
Jeremy, you require
140. Maximum. 134. End product.
$31.
Not just yet. You might want to get rid of it now, just in case Alexander's got any ideas of a 156. That could be a nice marker. It was used so well. Well, over the weekend, at the European Tour qualifiers in Slovakia,
Fifth leg,
hosting
it's
them for the very
Alexander to
first
throw
time, I believe.
first. Game on.
There was a Czech winner. So for the second year in succession, a Czech player will go to the International
44.
Darts Open in Riesa, and this time it will be Petr Krivka. So on top of 2 victories for Boris Kruchma, Krivka takes the third one, and the
76.
last one by young Hungarian star Andras Bobé. So Andras is going to go to Munich
95.
at the German Darts Grand Prix, where it will be cold, because in that hall, it always is.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience
84.
there, Nico.
Very, very much so.
Other things going on in the world. There are lots of football fans up and down the country, around the world, with varying Premiership clubs that they support. It is transfer deadline day today, with about 11 hours, 55 minutes left for your favourite clubs to bring in players if they need them.
57.
Yeah, I do believe that Kieran Trippier might be leaving Newcastle United.
Oh, I've just seen that James Ward-Prowse returns to West Ham after his loan spell at Forest. I haven't really used him much
66.
there, so I can see why that's happened.
Do you know what? There are people who love sport around the world who love seeing the transfer market in football, but a lot of Aussies don't get it, because when it comes to Australian rules football and things like that, they don't necessarily have a transfer market. It's very much akin to what the Americans have got in the NFL, with a draft system.
Now, I don't get my head around that draft system at all. When we get 5 minutes, if you do understand it, please explain it to me.
56.
I'd be happy to.
Alexander, you require 155.
This seems to be a very tightly fought contest, being done with high 70s averages.
60.
Who can find the next level?
148.
That game-changing shot.
100.
Not quite.
Alexander, you
But he's
require
better off.
95.
95 is not a gimme, but it's getting easier. Double 16 for a 3-2 lead. That's a great
On the
shot.
fifth leg, Alexander Masek.
That's a confidence builder when you do things like that.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Sixth leg,
I
it's
do
Jeremy
like that a lot. The thing with
first.
95 is, yes,
Game on.
okay, we're all going for the 25, but the risk does reap a reward if you do hit the bullseye, doesn't it? So I like it. I like it on that shot of the 95 particularly.
$100.
Jeremy has only ever played in one
56.
Players' Championship event in his entire career. It was back in 2010. And it was at Revesby in New South Wales, back when they used to have ranking tournaments in the PDC well overseas. Not just in Europe, but they'd have them in Canada.
60.
Maybe just before that in the United States. But they used to have ranking tournaments in Australia, and Jeremy's played in one of them. Now, one of the tungsten teasers we will give you this week,
6.
without using the internet, please. That Players' Championship that he played in, the Australian Open in 2010, who won it?
100.
We will give you the answer when Jeremy plays Ronan McDonagh in Game 9.
Oh, is that the clue? Was he Irish? So that wasn't the clue. Yeah, I was looking too much into that.
58. Alexander, you require
Well, this one might be
61.
over. And Jeremy might have to wait until that game with McDonagh to get his first 2 points. He will have to wait.
And the match, Alexander Masek.
A debut day win for Masek. He took the doubles towards the end. And in the final 2 legs of the contest, he took out 2 combination finishes. And will feel so much more settled now that he's got 2 points on the board, courtesy of that 4-2 win. And as you can see from the stats, especially with the doubling, he was the better player. So when we come back, we're going to hear and see the aforementioned Ronan McDonagh as he goes up against Lee Cox.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
The man with the most points in the table might be Conan Whitehead, but the performer of the day, definitely Lee Cox. 96.97 in a 4-0 victory against debutant Alexander Masek to start his campaign off. Means that we now expect from Lee, because even though he ticked pretty much every box in that performance, we know he can go a little bit further than that. His personal best average on the stage, 103.7. His best check at 164.
First leg, it's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
And of the 4 players in Group A who have played here before, He's the only one who doesn't have a 170 checkout.
100.
Jezza's got one when he was last here. Whitehead's got one. Warburton's got 2.
140.
But Leacock's looks really, really assured to start this
60.
campaign off. He may just be, at this stage, Scott Mitchell, the favourite to win this group. And considering how much trouble he's had in the past in making Saturday nights here, winning Group A this week would swell his confidence very much in the right direction.
129.
Yeah, making the Saturday night here is a little bit similar like all things. Once it becomes a barrier and the longer it takes to happen, anything in darts, you winning your local comp, winning your local Super League singles, whatever, the longer the barrier stays up,
100.
the thicker it becomes and the harder it is to break down. So I think Lee was probably a little bit guilty of that, and now he's sort of knocked down that door. He's
61.
He's feeling very comfortable at this place. And, you know, when people were asking him, you know, you haven't made a Saturday night yet, you haven't made a Saturday night yet. And it really did become a big thing. And once that sits on the back of your brain, it's very difficult to dislodge it.
Well, that's a bad one. At least it can rescue it.
21. Ronan, you require 56.
Here's the big thing for Ronan.
16.
That has got to stop.
Lee, you require
If he's going to be competitive in this group, getting darts at a double is one thing, but you cannot continue to miss multiple shots.
No score. Ronan, you require 40.
I think he's done the right thing there. That was a bad dart. Stepping back. Absolutely
30.
the right thing to do.
Lee, you require 4. Game shot
And that was the right thing to do as well. It's not just about getting the quality legs in the bag. Sometimes you've got to win the scruffy ones
Second
as well.
leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. $78.
Just got to be wary here, Coxie, that he doesn't lose his rhythm. It was perfect in his first game. It's just become
60.
a little ragged. Maybe a tiny bit too quick. You can see with that grip that he's got, he pinches that dart with his third finger.
60.
Pressing that point downwards. When that dart flies through the air,
45.
it will be doing a pirouette. But look at the way it lands.
44.
That's the kind of angle that everybody dreams of. Upright. You can attack it.
140.
Following in the footsteps of many great London captains over the years.
123.
And after winning on the Challenge Tour last year, I think at that point,
80.
he may have said to himself, maybe there's more in this game than I can accomplish than I first thought.
Yeah, you start doing things
60.
that other people have a lot of respect for you achieving. I'm like winning challenge tours and
100. Lee require 136.
getting here to finals nights, and it just means you're taking that next step. The ladder
96.
is a tall
Ronan,
one,
you
and there is
require
plenty to
76.
achieve. You've just got to keep going up the thing.
Up to tops.
36.
And another leg
Lee require
where he's missed a
40.
dart at a double.
Game shot on
And
the
this time he
second
couldn't
leg,
afford to do
Leacock.
that.
No, punished at this time by Lee Cox. And you have
Third
to
leg,
say,
it's Ronan to throw
Ronan,
first.
when the going gets
Game on.
tough, you have to dig in.
Oh, bearing in mind that he's played 1.5 games
58.
and he's had 28 darts at a double already. If he continues to get opportunities,
89.
he might just break some sort of record for darts at double in a campaign in a daily basis.
36.
The record is something in the low 70s. He is right on course for that.
140.
Thing is, you can only win 20 legs in a day. If you want a good conversion rate, you're talking about under 60 darts at a double.
Yeah, that is a valid
85.
point. When you break it down like that.
Now, that last dart thrown by Lee Cox is illustrating what I was talking about with rhythm. I think what he's trying here on Monday morning is a slightly swifter rhythm. He's not trying to prod or aim as much as he once was.
125.
He's trying to flow.
We require 102.
He'll aim the first one, and he'll flow with dart 2 and dart 3, just like
70.
that. It might be a work in progress.
42.
Yeah, very much so. And
Game shot on the third leg.
sometimes it's a little bit of composure. And now that Ronan has missed a couple, he's kind of composed
flag,
himself
it's
a little.
Lee to
You
throw
get fed up with missing them, don't you?
Yeah.
And then you start. The negative turns into a positive, and you start saying, "I'm not going to miss another one."
54.
And because that's going through your head, you don't. I can sit here and talk about words for Ronan, and words are all I have to take that dart away.
Six.
The thing is, if you want to compare dart players to footballers, who do you want to be? Do you want to be someone who hits the target and scores, or someone who constantly misses from 8 yards out? Do you want to be Alexander Isak? Do you want to be Darwin Nunez?
Or El Hadj Diouf.
140.
And nobody wants to do a Ronnie Rosenthal, where you're 3 yards out and still miss.
100.
He's famous for the moment, though.
I think football is a touchy subject to a lot of people on a Monday, especially when their team didn't have a good weekend. So I am, of course, having no comment at the minute.
6.
Yeah, we won't talk about that till at least late on Wednesday.
He's going to get to a finish.
125.
And it's going to be under 100. Very well recovered there by Lee.
6.
He could have walked away with 45 points there easily. Is it going to be 3-1?
37. Ronan, you require.
I've never seen
81.
him play this quick. Bullseye.
Game shot on the
That's
full
more
flag.
like it.
Ronan McDonagh.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? A bullseye
Fifth flag,
checkout
it's Ronan
can
to throw
cure what
first.
ails you.
Game on.
He's got some spirit, this lad. He's vibrant, isn't he? He's quick.
82.
Well, I'm wondering if he's now found him at his more natural pace. And sometimes when players come in here, they're aware of the cameras for the first time
99.
and sort of worry about how they look and what they're throwing like. But there's definitely
100.
a distinctive up in pace here from Ronan. And
100.
I don't like to say it, but sometimes you say it best when you say nothing at all.
99. $96.
Well, he's got himself in the finishing zone.
140.
Well inside it. He could be taking the lead
100.
against
Ronan, you require 8.
the best performing player of the day. Double top.
40.
He's had problems
You
up there.
require 106.
But that's one of the instances where speeding his game up doesn't give him the composure on the outer ring. So maybe he has got to now have that little split second slower, or does he now keep going at it full bore
so that
he can find it? And it's 3 legs on the bounce now for Ronan, and he's turned this tie on its head.
It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he really has. But I can forecast what's going to happen
40
when he plays against Conan Whitehead. He's so quick that I can foresee players trying to not upset him, but they will take a little bit more time than Lee does when he approaches the oche, just to maybe make Ronan think.
80.
That's 2 on the trot. Lee has found darts on the floor, and sometimes this kind of happens when you start to trail. They don't fall out when you're 2-0 up. They start to... And these things then get in your mind. They play on your mind, going, why now? Why does this happen to me now? And his opponent has definitely lifted it. Maybe should have gone somewhere else with that last dart. Particularly now that 140 from Cox has put the pressure right on.
96.
Speaking of pressure,
101.
There is pressure on this now. Miss and you could lose. Hit and you could win.
84.
We're about to find out.
Ronan, you require 7.
Opportunity knocks then for Ronan.
Oh, no.
30. Lee requires 16.
That missed the single 20 or his aiming point by a good inch.
Game shot
and he pays the penalty.
Lee Cox.
This is a fast match. 12 minutes for 6 legs.
7th and final leg. It's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
That last mistake has given Lee Cox a lifeline.
81.
He's played here so many times against so many world-class talents.
81.
He will have seen it all. Slow players, quick players, tall, short, domestic, international.
100.
But he's still looking for that first weekly title, which, trust me, he craves it.
140.
And this series, so far, is all about new winners.
100.
So maybe this is the series where he could break his duck.
85.
Even when he's having a bad visit, he can still rescue it like that. He's done it a few times now.
60.
Yeah, we've got some new winners, and they will go into Champions Week, but I believe that they find which spots they get in Champions Week on the averages of the week that they play. So that all the averages of the winners go together. The best 6 go into Group A.
100. Lee require 58.
And so on and so on.
To finish the job. He's done brilliantly to get 2 points there. He was put under pressure by his Irish opponent, who took a 3-2 lead and, in Scott's terms, turned the game on its head. But crafty Coxey, with his head on the ground, he wasn't done. He performs a headstand and stands tall by winning that 4 legs to 3 and brings to an end our second round of play.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
beautiful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, live on Pluto TV. We've had our first 2 rounds of the week. And Group A is showing us this. Lee Cox with 2 wins from 2. Conan Whitehead with 2 wins from 2 as well. But in the midst of that, we've seen wins for McDonagh and for Masek on debut as well. Jeremy Fagg and Mike Warburton, they are still looking for their first victory of the week, and they're going to have to find it soon. Otherwise, people will be in the distance in the table. So Cox and Whitehead have 4 points. McDonagh and Masek have 2. But now there's a chance for Whitehead to get 2 points more than Cox, with Lee having his customary game in hand next against Mike Warburton. How is Masek feeling now, Scott, after getting his first win?
It's Conan
settled,
to throw first.
Maybe a little less nervous, maybe ready to have a crack at the Barbarian?
Yeah, I think that he's kind of feels like he's part of the place now that he's got a win here, and we know as players how it can feel when you're feeling a little uncomfortable at a venue, and that sort of turns it into
45.
becoming a little difficult to find wins, particularly in this type of format where it is game after game, and sometimes you're game off and then game on. There's certain positions in the groups that will happen to you.
There's also something that we don't talk about very often.
70.
The dynamic of the practice room. I don't necessarily mean the banter between the players. As we see in the background once again, Alexander just keeping that right hand under the left shoulder just to try and keep the fingers warm. Quite a smart player.
6.
But the language barrier. Now, Masek is from Czechia. The last time I checked, The Czech language is not the strong suit of Whitehead, Warburton and Cox. So there's a danger that he could be somewhat cast aside in that practice room because there could be a language barrier.
32.
And I've seen this type of thing before. And that was 2013 at Lakeside when Christian Kist won the World Championship. He really couldn't do any
82.
interviews. He had to have an interpreter. And there's also an element of it keeps you out of the hotbed part of it, and you're not really aware that's going on. So
81. Conan,
what's going on? And you keep yourself in your own bubble, and I swear that's why Christian Kist, as we see Conan do his obligatory bullseye left, I'm going to have a go. Yeah, and I think that's why Christian Kist won that week, because of that fact. He was able to stay in his own little bubble and not get mixed up in too much conversation with anybody else for the whole week.
16.
I'm sure we're going to have a chat with Conan at some point. It's just a question of when, which group is it in,
Second leg, it's Alexander to
and how many games has he already won.
Game on.
He may not be 100% fit here this week.
140.
But most dart players have got something going on at whatever point it is.
Yeah, something in their off-board life that may not be kind of involving them, and other things can be ailments, other things can be, it can be anything.
85.
If you're not quite on point, I like to say, with your game, it makes it very difficult to overcome those little niggles in the back of your mind.
So far today, Whitehead is averaging 82.29. All 4 of his maximums came in his first match, but he's still got the most of any player.
140.
Only 24% on the doubles coming into this game, though. That is going to have to improve.
135.
Because Lee Cox averaging 90.3 for the day. He's 40% in his doubles. He looks like the man to beat.
112.
Alexander there went for the single 16, hit the double
24.
16, which is not a terrible miss, because it leaves him on that double 12. Deep breath in, breathes out, hits the double 6 nicely as he moves across. Yeah, he's starting to
Third leg, it's Conan to
gather
throw first. Game on.
a bit of momentum, isn't he? And a bit of confidence. Now he's winning legs in the building. And comes the 180 machine that is Conan Whitehead. And we mentioned having that in your repertoire. Or repertoire. That's not even a word. I'm starting to sound like Henry. Repertoire. Yeah, having that in your armory is always very handy indeed. If you go 60, 45, 180, it just covers the problems.
There are nations this year going into the PDC World Cup who have very interesting dynamics when it comes to
59.
the participants who will wear their shirts. Czechia is one of them. Because Adam Gavlas doesn't have a tour card now. Karel Sedlacek will be in that team.
45.
But who with?
Conan, you require 167.
We could be saying that about many nations.
139.
I'm going to come back to that in just a second. Because Whitehead is going to have a look at double 14.
140. Conan, you require 28.
There you go. 13 darter, that's more like it. Nobody's really speaking about this.
Fourth flag, it's
but they
Alexander
probably
to
should.
First. Game on.
England are the defending champions of the PDC World Cup. They won it with Humphreys and Michael Smith last year. This year,
45.
their team's going to be Humphreys and Littler. Because Michael Smith is ranked outside the top 16 in the world. And in the past, I remember when Gary Anderson was in line to play for Scotland, he said, Hendo, you go back and defend it. Michael Smith's got injury problems now. That's been a big topic over the weekend. But is there anybody who can stop that England team this year? I don't think so.
And the other plus is just save an awful lot of money on printing. Just put Luke on the back, both shirts. I don't think there are money issues at the PDC on the shirt front. I'm not suggesting that. But I think it could be, you know, with a bit of ease.
100.
Put Luke on the back. It would be easier. But you talk about that, and look, you and I have played a lot of darts, and we've played a lot of pairs competitions on our way up through, and we know
108.
that sometimes
the
best two players don't always make the best team.
That's a good point.
97. Alexander,
this has been a good leg from Alexander.
56.
It's his turn to be on a double after 12.
Game shot of 4 flag.
It's his turn for a 13 darter, and it's 2-2. Again, it's a game where there's 10 in the averages, and it's level.
Flag. It's Conan to throw
And
first.
that showed a bit of class there, I have to say. From Masek, very classy to bounce back with a 13 darter of his own.
Whitehead is averaging over 101 here. Masek, 91. He's definitely warming to the task.
121.
First performance, averaged 86, didn't get a leg. Next one, lesser average, better
99.
result. This is a good level. And Conan's under pressure.
100.
Yeah, what was it Mr. Taylor used to say? I ignore the situation and just try and keep my opponent under as much pressure as I can.
126.
When I'm not in front, I try to hit a 140 to just pressure him. And then if they go and miss it, they go and miss it, and I'm there. And I think this may be how Alexander has got to look at this next leg and keep him under. And at the moment he is, but Conan will not be happy with that stray one into the treble 1, but the treble 20 was the damager there for Alexander, and now he has to match that. And all he's come up with is a couple of 5s.
29. Conan, you require 93.
Double-double here is not the play. That's why he did that.
Game shot of
Somebody's
fifth
enjoying
flag.
this
Conan
game,
Whitehead.
and he's got every right to. 60% on the doubles, and scoring
Sixth
well as
flag.
well.
It's Alexander to throw first.
That is what
Game on.
confidence looks like.
Yeah, Conan does like the art of combat on the dartboard.
100.
Gets him going.
We do have a new MODUS Super Series trophy
95.
for the winner of Champions Week in April. It is a beautiful thing. And we have a new weekly trophy as well. And the winners get a medal to take away with them.
140.
But there was a chance at the start of this project where we could have maybe honoured the very first winner.
140.
We could have had a sword as the trophy, because there are other sports and other parts of darts where a sword has been a trophy. Because he's the barbarian.
100.
Could have had a big sword with engraved names on it. I'm a big fan of iconic darting
84.
trophies.
Alexander,
And something that's just a little bit different.
61.
And the one that we've got for the end of April is a little bit different.
55.
But it's not a sword.
I think iconic tournaments need iconic trophies, and
56.
I remember I had a
Alexander,
situation
you
at one
require
time in my house. I had
106.
the World Cup trophy, WDF World Cup trophy, the WDF Europe Cup trophy, and the World Championship trophy all sat in my house. And I don't have one picture of it.
74.
I didn't
Only
take
you
a picture.
require 126.
I've no idea why.
Flight pops out, but unfortunately, pops out when the point is not in the 57.
92. Alexander, you
He
require
must have miscounted
32.
there. This game goes the distance. This is actually quicker than the previous game that we saw Masek in.
7 from final leg. It's
Quite a swift day, in fact, when it comes to pace. But who wins the next 2 points? It's either going to be 4 points each, or Whitehead on 6, and Masek will stay on 2.
And we're still seeing that 10 points difference in the average. Nearly to
6.
the T.
If Whitehead was to walk away from this game without the points, he'd be storming away.
97.
He knows he's been the better player.
Yeah, it's just sometimes there can be a difference in the average like that where your opponent hasn't really been with you on your throw. And that can see that golf in the averages in that situation, but
41.
and he's played very well on his own throw as Alexander. So effectively the throw has been turned here with that visit. And another one of those
100.
from Masek, and he is going to be in command. But when you've got a man like Conan who hits trebles for fun,
121.
and that is unfortunate. Millimeters away from as close to the perfect visit as he could get on the 19s to leave the 170.
60.
He's unable to do it.
I think he's gotten away with it. Masek trebleless. Oh boy.
150.
What a gauntlet
Alexander, you
laid down by the
require
barbarian. If
141.
you don't hit this one 4-1, Alexander, Whitehead will beat you.
Yeah, four big treble visits in 6 darts for Whitehead has turned this game
77.
right around in his favour.
And you require 32.
And it's that double 16 again. This is really difficult.
No score.
Has he let it slip?
Alexander, you require 64.
Double 16 himself.
40.
Just a bit too much adrenaline.
And you require 32.
Whitehead thought he was defeated. He may still be.
No score. Alexander, you require 24.
You don't often see that. Double 12 this time.
Game shot.
And this
the
time he
match,
doesn't miss.
Alexander Masek.
You can see how much it meant to him. That's a big victory for the man from Czechia, because now he's on the same points as the people leading the table. And after losing his first game today, he has bounced back brilliantly, winning his next 2 against 2 very good opponents in Jeremy Fagg and Conan Whitehead. And now we turn our attention to our middle match. It will be Mike Warburton up against Lee Cox.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
We're almost at the halfway point of Monday already, and some of our players are yet to score. Not literally, because they have scored points on the dartboard, but points on the table yet so for Mike Warburton and for Jeremy Fagg. They will play in the next 2 matches, albeit against different opponents. And it doesn't get any easier for Mike, as he now takes on the best performing player from the first couple of rounds. Lee, the only person averaging over 90 in the first couple of hours. Will he keep it going?
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
You can't beat a good England-Wales battle, isn't that right, Scott? And that's what we've got right here, as Coxey goes against the throw.
Yeah, I think you've got a point there, and it's quite a sore point for Coxey, because I know he wants to play for England for real. So, yeah, you've just opened up a can of worms there. Well done. And Warby,
95.
Yeah, you'd have been surprised to see him at this situation with no points on the board.
6.
Now, you're probably the right person to ask about this, because you mentioned that Lee wants to play for England. What does he have to do to get that?
140.
A very good, a very good question. Obviously, I still pick through the county system and being right up there in the averages. It's sort of
60.
Everybody looks at the things. Oh yeah, he's played 10 games. He's won 10. Blah blah blah. It doesn't kind of work like that. So it's sort of 5 from
96.
one end of one season and 5 from the new end of the next. So there is a kind of discrepancy with the averages, because the 5 from that end of the season, the 5 from this one, are never ever actually put together, only by the selectors.
170.
So you kind of, it's done by that way. Now there's a tournament to select.
Come on, Lee.
130.
You can see he was never going for it.
He's never had one. I mentioned it in his previous game. I gave him the big build-up. I know he did the right thing, just like Jensen Walker from Saturday night.
140.
He did the layup.
Lee requires
He actually nearly busted it. He
32.
nearly hit the treble. As long as you get the leg, it doesn't matter.
No score.
And he hasn't.
That 170
Mikey
thing for me, you've got to do it the
41.
Scott Taylor way. He's hit 6 of them here.
Mike so far in the doubles today.
Game shot on the first leg. Mike Warburton.
Not at his best. He was 5 from 19 going into that. But that was much
Second
better.
leg. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and a wry smile from Coxie, who maybe he had lost the leg
44.
going for the bullseye. Would have said to himself, I made a mistake there, but now he's lost the leg by doing the right thing. He's probably feeling, God, should have believed in my ability and just
140.
had a little go at the button in the middle.
Well, here's the thing, isn't it? If you do go for it and you hit it, you look like a genius. If you go for it and you miss and you lose the leg,
85.
people will say you should have laid up. But if you lay up and you miss, people say you should have gone for it.
Yeah, and funny we bring this up because Conan lost that last game 4-3 and he had a dart on one of the legs. He went straight for the bullseye, which is kind of what he does.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
But we haven't got a sword as a trophy. I think we've already established that. But yes, I agree. And I think you have to argue the toss every time you do it because you've got to believe in your own way.
60.
Because many will not. That is the joy of the game. There are many alternatives. I saw on one of the social
23.
media that there was 25 left for Luke Littler, and on screen on the little box where it tells you which way they're going to go, somebody put 9-8-8, and we all know he never goes that way. He always goes 5-10, and there was a big hoo-ha about
100.
whoever puts what's on the screen has got it wrong, but I think it's probably a generic put on that's already typed into whatever number
94.
gets left. And
Mikey
when there
requires
are
160.
alternatives, yeah, the graphic is not always right, but with many shots there is more than one alternative. So they, on those graphics next to the names, they just pick the more common one, don't they? And 9 times out of 10, everybody else goes 9 for 8-8.
100. Lee require 170.
Might as well go for this one, Lee. And this time he doesn't even get the first dart in.
85.
Only halves the score.
Mikey requires 60.
Warburton can be 2-0 up.
Yeah, it could be a break of throw, and then he holds the darts for the next leg. So big dart in the match,
Yeah,
this
shot on
double
the
10,
second
and
leg,
Warburton
Mike
is
Warburton.
fed up with not having any points on the table.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first.
And he's
Game on.
looking to kick from home. He's halfway there.
You know how earlier you were saying that Mike's surname is the same as a very famous bread brand?
60.
Well, if he was to do a road trip around the United States and he took a very, very big Sharpie with him, other felt tip pens are available,
But not
100.
permanently.
he could write a W in front of a very famous burger chain and call it Warby's.
$60.
But then again, Wrexham is so famous now worldwide. People are actually travelling to Wrexham instead of people from Wrexham travelling elsewhere.
And that does fathom me. I have actually, back in my young farmer's days, ridden a 3-seater tricycle
100.
for charity, mate, from Bournemouth to Blackpool. And we went through Wrexham for some reason. We took an alternative route. One of the
140.
18 years old, 17 years old, and yeah, did so many miles a day. And after a week, we got to the National Young Farmers AGM in Blackpool. It's called a whatnot, because everybody does whatnot to travel from wherever they are based as a Young Farmers Club, and everybody raised thousands and thousands and thousands for charity every year.
45.
And yeah, we chose to do that, and we rode through and round the ground at Wrexham on a 3-seater pink tricycle, ironically, in the shape of a stick of rock.
I really want to see a picture of that.
139.
I'll try and dig some out if I've got some at home.
116.
Yeah. Oh, we were in local rag and everything for raising the money.
There is nothing ragged about that.
Leacox.
Back in the match he comes. Mr. Never Has a Hair Out of Place.
4 flag. It's Lee to throw first.
That hairstyle is as smooth as a Pebble Beach green.
Game on.
Just ask Rory McIlroy after he won there last night. Congratulations to Rory on a brilliant back 9, beating Shane Lowry by 2 strokes at the end.
45.
Yeah, great sporting stories over the weekend. And there will be more this week. Starting to get nervous for that second leg of the semi-final between Arsenal and Newcastle. The winner goes to Wembley to have a crack at the Carabao Cup.
140.
These guys are fully focused on what they're doing right now, one game at a time. Monday is about making sure that you're not out of the equation.
60.
People have, over the last couple of weeks on Monday, seen themselves out of contention after 1/3 of action in this group
85.
situation. Bradley Roos was out of it after Monday last week. He didn't get a single point in the group. So you've got to make sure that you're still part of the equation come the end of Monday. And then you make your move. That'll be tomorrow, and then Wednesday finish the job. That's what Whitlock did last week.
108.
And he did plenty of that.
You can't actually win it on the Monday, but you can definitely be out of the reckoning and lose it on the Monday, and that's a very valid point.
Require 51.
That makes the next 2 days long days, and then you're left sort of wanting, and
Game shot the 4 flag. Lee
more
Cox.
wanted from Lee Cox than a double to take him to 2-2, and that's exactly what he's
flag.
done.
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Here in Warby, you've got the rare animal
85.
in male darts who is clean-shaven. Seems to be a bit of an antiquated thing, that. Everybody's got some facial hair these days.
97.
Yeah, I do feel a bit left out. I'm not the best at growing facial hair, and then at the World Seniors, I've been sat next to Scott Waits all weekend, and I, in turn, just brushed the hair on the top of my head where he hasn't got any. So there are ways to deal with these problems. You just got to sat next to the right person.
137.
Lee is starting to impose himself in this match now, and Warby's got to be really, really on it. This Warburton performance is a lot better than what we've seen so far today. But Cox
97.
is still the better of the two, and he's left 170 again. Now, he's definitely going to go for it if he gets 2 treble 20s.
Require 170.
He has to. No 2 treble 20s on this occasion for Coxey, but
58.
no
Mike
real
require
pressure asserted
116.
either. So Warby, after being 2-0 down, has dragged him. Warby, after being 2-0 up, has dragged the momentum back towards him. Hasn't managed to convert this 116, but that is pressure on the 112 from Cox.
One dart at tops.
Game shot.
Oh,
the fifth
Coxie,
leg.
yes.
Lee Cox.
Yes, yes, yes. Nicely done. So from 2-0
Sixth
down.
leg. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Shoe is now definitely on the other foot because it was Warburton looking to take off into the sunset with a 3-0 lead. That has been
60.
Turned on its head by 3 legs in a row from Lee Cox. And what a big 112 shutout that could turn out to be. And now he's throwing for the match. Has the darts.
60.
Mike knows something about getting 2-ton plus checkouts in a match. He did it in his first game, and he's still lost by 4 legs to 3 to Ronan McDonagh. Coxie might get 2 or more ton plus checkouts in this and the points. This is a really impressive Monday from Lee.
60.
If I'm not mistaken,
140.
those darts look like old Dave Chisnell darts.
I was thinking exactly the same in his last game.
140. Lee require 121.
What would Dave do in this position? He'd probably do that.
85.
And it could have been 3 ton plus finishes. Warburton's going to have to wait. He's got Masek in game 10.
100.
He's got Jeremy Fagg in game 14, and they might have to be won to stay with this guy, who has now won 3 in a row today. He's won 4 legs in a row in that one after going 2-0 down. A fabulous contest standard-wise. Both averaging north of 92. Both doubling really well. But the key thing was that Cox got the chances towards the end with the 2 ton plus finishes and the 40% with the 10 attempts. That is good enough for 6 points from 6. And he will lead at the end of round 3, no matter what happens between Jeremy Fagg and Ronan McDonagh after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. The MODUS Super Series live on Pluto TV. We'll now continue with two players looking to get 2 more points. But Jeremy Fagg hasn't got any yet. Ronan McDonagh did get 2 points in his debut match against Mike Warburton, who has now lost his first 3 matches of this group. He has a game against Jeremy Fagg to come in game 14. But now our responsibility is to end round 3 and to see where these guys are pitched
First leg,
with
it's
2
Jeremy
matches to go.
First. Game on.
I'm sure Jeremy's played against many an Irishman, because the way it's actually worked is that there are a lot of dart players in Australia of Irish descent.
45.
And it doesn't really matter where you go in Australia, whether it's
6.
New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, Northern Territory. There are people from the United Kingdom all over the place, and Ireland, and
100.
different parts of Europe.
Yeah, and their little communities.
First person that comes to mind, really, is a guy
41.
who I got to know extremely well in Melbourne, or in the suburbs of Melbourne. A guy called Tommy Hyland. Fabulous chap. Played against him every Thursday night at Dandenong, south-east of Melbourne. And he was telling me all about the different
94.
nationalities of people who have moved from where they were originally to Australia, and they wanted to keep their darts going. And there are brilliant darts clubs all over the country,
60.
no matter which state you're in. Now, I did pose a bit of a tungsten teaser a little bit earlier on today, and I promised you an answer in this match. So Jeremy Fagg
56.
played in one Players' Championship event 14 and a half years ago.
95. Jeremy, you require 160.
Who won that tournament? It was the Australian Open 2010. You'll get the answer in the next leg.
83. Ronan, you require 110. $78.
Oh,
Jeremy,
managed to
you
hit the treble
require
18 on the second attempt there, did McDonagh.
$57.
Chance missed.
Ronan, you require 36.
Now, does he take a double clean?
Game shot on the first leg.
I'd say that's
Ronan
pretty
McDonagh.
clean. If he's starting to polish up that
Second
department,
leg, it's Ronan to throw first.
he could be a bit more dangerous
on.
than we initially thought. Because the scoring's been okay from Ronan. And it is improving as the day goes on.
140.
He must be in a position where he believes he can fly.
So it was the 22nd of August 2010 at the Revesby Workers Club just outside Sydney.
58.
And the 2010 Australian Open champion, following in the footsteps of Robert Thornton, who won the Aussie Open in 2008. And yours truly in 2009. The winner was
100.
Dennis Priestley. In what I believe was his last PDC title.
81.
He'd beat a certain Mark Hilton in the final as well, who made his way across the globe to get some ranking points. And that final appearance, that was the best performance that Mark ever had in a Players' Championship.
60.
And making the final was paramount to him kicking on from that towards success on the tour.
Yeah, Mark Hilton was
82.
one of the class of 2007 at the UK Open, where they used to have the Punch Tavern qualifiers, and you qualified in your local pub and then went off to your area, qualified from your local area, and found yourself at Bolton at the UK Open with all the stars. And in 2007, Hilton was one of that clutch of 32. I was amongst that clutch of 32 as well. Along with the likes of San Rooney, Nigel Hayden,
40.
Nutty Nigel Birch.
I remember Nigel.
Game shot on the second
And this
leg.
game is becoming
McDonagh.
memorable for Ronan. He's 2-0 up now. He is a little
Third
bit...
leg, it's Jeremy to throw first.
He's not someone who stands still, let's put it that way. He's a bit like a frog in a sock, this one. He's... How would you describe him, Scott?
93.
Fidgety.
That's the one.
And it matches the pace that he throws.
100.
He wants to get on with it. He can't wait to get in there. A little bit Tommy Morris-like. He wants to... When he gets back there behind his player, he just wants him out of the way and let me go again. Let me go. Let me at it.
100.
Yeah, just one more thing on that 2010 Australian Open. A couple of the names that Jeremy beat
140.
en route to the last 16 of the tournament. He beat Mitchell Clegg by 6 legs to 5 in the last 64. Mitchell, of course, the youngest person
94.
to have ever played in a PDC World Championship back in 2007.
One of my dear friends.
He then beat Shane Titchevich
140.
in the last 32. Shane, who's actually played at the PDC World Championship at Ali Pali himself. Great left-hander. Fellow Queenslander as well.
83. Ronan, you
You see
require
that tournament was just south of Sydney. I think Mitchell's from the Newcastle area, so that would have been one of the closer ones for him. Still about 3 hours, but
Jeremy, you require
yeah, still one of the closer
130.
ones for him.
Yeah, darting family, the Cleggs. This is getting out of hand now.
28. Ronan, you require
Ronan
64.
is running. Double top.
Game shot on
He's
the
definitely
third
polished
leg.
up on the
Ronan
doubles.
McDonagh.
Let's go through what he's done today in that department then. 4 out of 22.
Fourth leg. It's Ronan to
3
throw
out of
first.
11.
Game
Giving
on.
him 7 from 33. This game, 3 from 6. Drastically more accurate.
60.
Yeah, the doubles are coming thick and fast for him as his confidence is growing within the building. We do sometimes see this on debut.
125.
People absolutely fly on the first day.
44.
Second day is sometimes a bit more of a reality check on moving day Tuesday. As the group starts to ramp up.
100.
That's an interesting dart that Jeremy's got, isn't it? We both recognise it. It's called
97.
a Valhalla. And a lot of R&D went into this dart because it's comprised of 2 different types of tungsten.
58.
And they're somewhat bonded in the middle to give you more weight at the bottom
135.
and a bit of lightness towards the top, making it a dart easier to land upwards like that.
Yeah, so I think in the front end like 95% and the back end is 85% tungsten. And the tungsten being that much denser with the higher volume of tungsten within it and heavier, That means the front end is a little more on the has a little more on the weight side than the back end. And
flag, Jeremy Fagg.
that is lovely from Jezza, and the board showed perfectly there exactly how the dart reacts. Other sort of brands, a little bit like the Luke Humphreys dart, it's more bulbous at the front than it is the back end where he grips it and throws it from. That too could also make the front end heavy and give you a little bit more of a straighter throw.
I think there's more people using front-loaded darts these days than ever before.
Yeah,
they used to be quite niche, I think.
They were, because everybody was, Priestley had one and whatever, but everybody was frightened
60.
That if the front end of the dart was too fat, then you couldn't get them in the treble 20 or whatever when you're trying to throw 3 darts in a similar position. But that theory has kind of gone out the window now because we've got more advanced points now. You see, points used to be 26 mil, 28 mil. A longer point was a 32. Well, we're seeing a 32 mil point as a very short point in modern darts. And the advantage of that is that if you've got a longer point and you can throw with a 38 mil, 40 mil, lots go up to about a 50. It keeps the barrel away from the surface of the board. And so it allows you to hit 180s on a pinhead, no matter what size of the dart. So
you require 110.
The point technology has changed the barrel technology in that sense for me.
Double top for Jezza.
Game shot of
Something's clicking.
Jeremy Fagg.
But is it too late? He's averaging 107 for the last couple of legs.
First. Game on.
But has he left the fight back just a little late?
100.
Do you know who the first person was, in a mainstream sense, to have that front-loaded barrel and the longer point?
100.
It was an Australian by the name of Tony David.
I remember. I was just about to say Simon Whitlock, but now when you say Tony David, yes. Simon Whitlock's probably at home now experimenting with some sort of chainsaw file that he picked up yesterday off of... he picked up last week off of Tommy Morris.
He's probably sending emails
140
to the Marvel company saying, where do I get some unobtainium and some vibranium? Because I want to use them for points. Have you got any shards of Captain America's shield left?
59.
McDonagh is going to get a chance to win this match.
139.
But somebody's going to be right behind him.
140. Ronan, you require 76.
This might be the only chance he gets to win.
60.
Oh boy.
Jeremy, you require
now Jeremy has a
81.
break chance, and if he gets it, he'll have the darts in leg 7. Bullseye. Oh, 56. It's so close.
Ronan, you require 16.
One left. And he does get over the line after a bit of a fright from Jeremy Fagg, who put up such a great battle towards the end. If he'd hit the bullseye in leg 6, he would have had a chance to get his first points, but he'll have to wait until round number 4 to see if he can get the better of Lee Cox. As for Ronan, on debut, he's got 4 points from his first 3 matches. He'll be very happy as we say goodbye to round number 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is
wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow.
Thank you for joining us once again. We're in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge, and we have had 3 completed rounds so far today with varying fortunes. But we are seeing a bit of a pattern emerge today. We've seen 6 games go against the throw, and the last 4 have as well. So, you've got to be very fair to Ronan McDonagh, who was excellent in the first 3 legs of his last match. He was able to get the job done and to keep this pattern alive. As for the table, we've seen separation from the top 4 to the bottom 2 already, with Whitehead, McDonagh and Masek on 4 and Lee Cox at the top. And that is a very fair place for him to be, because average-wise, on the doubles, and when looking at his matches, he is categorically the best player in the group so far. Now we turn our attention to round 4 to see where people can get their next 2 points, if any. Because Warburton, who came into today as one of the most experienced players that we've ever had at the Live Lounge on the South Coast, he's yet to score so far, and Masek has been undefeated in his last 2 games. With Masek having the darts here, Scott, and 4 points in the bank, constantly improving on what he's been doing day-wide, he's got to be favourite.
He probably has, but are we at the point in saying that this is a must-win game for Warburton already in Group A?
Throw first. Game on.
I'd probably have to say yes there, because you don't want to go into the last game of a day with 0 points, knowing that you're pretty much out of the group already.
Yeah, it really is a long way back, as you say. 15 matches, and if you fail to score in your first 4, I'm not going to say it's impossible for you to win the next 11, but there's there's no leeway for
84.
one mistake, 2 for maybe in one of those or 2 of those games being absolutely smashed and outplayed by one of your other 5 opponents, which can happen and does happen. It doesn't allow for the slip-ups against the ones that are at the lower end of the group, because we know by Tuesday and Wednesday they're comfortable with the place and starting to make their mark on it and throw them with a bit of freedom. There's lots of eventualities here for Warby if he doesn't turn this into a win.
100.
Warburton's last match could be to see who doesn't finish bottom of the table. He's got Jeremy Fagg in game 14. As for Masek, he's got McDonagh in game 13. And they've both got 4 points right now. So they've got a solid basis.
100.
One of them,
Alexander, you require
or even both of them, are thinking right now, I'm going to get out of here with 8 points today.
$76.
Going to have to find out exactly how light those darts are, because they look well under 20 grams.
I know we see Gary Mawson later in the week, and I know he was testing a set of darts.
Alexander, you
weekend at the World Seniors qualifier, a set of 21s that he'd had made. So I'm wondering whether we'll see those this week.
Game shot on first leg.
Oh, that was a nice conversion, wasn't it? He is warming to the task. Really looking forward to seeing Gary later in the week. Long time advocate for North American darts. Look at Alexander in the background. Not only physically trying to be prepared for his throw, but mentally as well. We have unearthed some rather large gems over the last couple of years when it comes to ADC Europe.
77.
Our last 3 champions have come from ADC Europe in Marvin van Velsen, Darius Labanauskas and Andreas Harrison. So what's to say we don't get another one at the end of April?
60.
Just what would it do? And I know I'm dreaming at the start of this series, but if we had a Czech winner, Alexander for example, what would that do for Czech darts? Because my good friend Pavel Korda, who runs a great deal of important stuff in Czechia,
100.
he knows how important darts is to Czech people.
Like I said in an earlier match, I think it's a sign of
you require 161.
Things to come from that type of nation who are very new to darts and having, the England. If this goes again,
136.
I thought that he was going to have his second 1-6-1 of the day, and it didn't bring him much luck in the last time he hit it. He lost that game.
60. Mikey required 25.
So maybe it's a good thing he missed it. Double 4 for level.
Game shot.
That'll do very nicely.
Leg, Mike Warburton.
Yeah, nicely done by Warby.
Third leg, it's Alexander to throw first.
Exploded onto the circuit, didn't he, by winning the Welsh Open, beating Andy Hamilton in the final a few years back now. And we've known about him ever since.
69.
From the same region of Wales as Mark Webster.
$96.
You can almost cut Wales in half, really, when it comes to explaining where Welsh dart players are from. They say there's a north-south divide in England. Well, there is in Wales as well.
100.
If you see the banter between Martin Phillips, Wayne Warren, Mark Webster, Mike Warburton, and some others, there's definitely a North Walian and South Walian rivalry.
Yeah, he left Jamie Lewis and Chalky out of that as well, right over on the west coast of Pembrokeshire, yeah. Julie Gore thinks that way as well. It is vast. You don't realise how it looks like a small country, but you don't go from top end to bottom end very quickly. It's uphill and downhill, to say the very least.
60.
I didn't realise just how far north of Cardiff Aberystwyth is until I drove towards it. It's one of the most beautiful drives in all of the United Kingdom. But boy, was it long.
Yeah, there was a speedway, a charity walk for a rider who got disabled, Darcy Ward, and
59. Alexander, you
there's
require
a guy walked from Kings Lynn all the way to Cardiff to the Speedway Grand Prix one year. And he was doing sections of 10 miles at a time, and took him a couple of weeks to go. And I walked a 10-mile section with him. I walked to Newport with him, so he only had the last bit to do to Cardiff. And then I went from Newport, and I had an exhibition in Carnarvon, right at the top corner there. And we drove from bottom to the top of Wales, the most beautiful drive
You require 87.
you could ever go on. And then did the exhibition on the Friday evening and came all the way back down to Cardiff to go to the Speedway Grand Prix in the Saturday evening.
69.
Now, Warburton is internally chastising himself right now for leaving 168.
I have to say, doing the 10-mile walk bit on Friday,
Alexander,
I
you
had
require
blisters on blisters.
18.
I didn't have the right footwear for 10 miles.
At least that one's not in the way. Now that one might be.
Game shot on the third
I didn't even
leg.
know if
Alexander
that was in until the referee called it, but it is, and it's 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's Mike to throw first.
Alexander's nickname is
Game on.
Sasha. I don't know why, but we will ask him over the next couple of days. The one thing we do know is he can't be Alexander the Great, because that
6.
is Alexander Mertz, former weekly winner.
Is he called Sasha as in Sasquatch?
Well, judging by some of the nicknames we've heard over the last couple of weeks, I wouldn't be surprised if that's his favourite trance artist.
There are some interesting ones out there, that's for sure.
121.
Last week we had Yozza here.
6.
This week we have Jezza. If we had Alan Warner playing next week, it would be Wazza. So then it would be... You know what I'm going to say?
100.
Yozza, Jezza, Wazza. Sounds like an Australian animal, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. And that's exactly what Warburton's looking for here. To try and leave tops. And he gets it as well. This game's just caught fire.
121.
Yeah, good stuff from the lads on the Oki.
$53. Mike, you require 40.
Easy for us to say that he deserves this shot at tops.
Game shot on the fourth
But boy,
flag.
is that an
Mike
impressive 13 darter, and it needed to be that good.
Fifth flag.
2-2
It's
scoreline.
Alexander to throw first.
The same as his last game, but from this point, he'd be on the back foot because Lee Cox was too good.
100.
I didn't know a great deal about Czechia when I was growing up. The only thing that really came to mind almost post-1990 was when their football team made the final of Euro 96. And they had Karol Poborski. Do you remember him?
85.
Went to Manchester United with the flowing locks.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think if we're being fair,
140.
from our lifetime, the best football player they've ever had is Pavel Nedved. He played for Juventus. He was magnificent.
You were just about to say Elon
83.
Mustard, weren't you? I've just had a message from my dear friend, my dear Czech friend, Yuri Putzer, and he says Sasha in Czech is like...
60.
It's not really a nickname, it's a shortcut like Billis for William. But I'm not sure whose name it's a shortcut for.
6.
Maybe it's short of his middle name or something like that. But as
Yeah.
far as a darting nickname is concerned, nah, it's not good enough. You need something that is brand worthy.
140.
This is what people have got to realise. If you want to be a dart player, you want to be a pro, you want to be a brand,
6.
you've got to have something that
You
is
require 116.
sellable. Like the Nuke, or Cool Hand, or the Ferret.
Yeah, good
100.
old-fashioned names.
Alexander, you require 113.
Can you get the treble 19? This is Warby's invitation to get to 3 legs.
Like you require 16.
Just like he did in his first game.
Game shot on
And
the
now
fifth
he's got a
leg,
chance to
Mike
get his
Warburton.
first win. 13 and 16
Sixth
darts
leg,
for his
it's
last
Mike
2
to throw
legs.
first.
This is much
Game on.
more like it. This is the Warby we know, isn't it? And that is a very rare
80.
bounce out off his stem.
You have to say, Alexander here has really put him up for it.
He's got an interesting look, Alexander, hasn't he? I think if you were going to do an AI mashup of Clark Kent and Ned Flanders, that's what you get.
Okie diddly dokely.
100.
I like the cut of his jib. I like his follow through on his action as well. Fully extended.
140.
Not a great deal of hyper-extension of the elbow. Technically, looks very sound. And if I do say so myself,
85.
I'm very jealous of his haircut. It might just be the most hip haircut I've seen on the Super Series stage.
85.
Yeah, I've not played with mine up there yet, so yeah, you're probably right.
I stayed on the treble 20 with the last dart. It was a courageous play, but it worked. That is just a little bit better.
155.
Match winning opportunity. It doesn't last long.
So Masek will be back
83.
for this 96 and a chance to take it to 3-3.
Needs either treble 15 or treble 19.
And the important thing there is he's left it, so it's pressure applied to the 72 from Warburton. He's going to go big 16 for tops. Tops up.
He's got his first win.
Mike Warburton.
Hallelujah, he says. It's been hard work today for Warby, but he's remained resolute, and that is a very good performance. He stares at the board as if to say, why don't you just receive what I give you? Well, it's up to you, Mike. All he needs sometimes is a hug from the referee. And 2 points, of course, and he's got those as well. With a 90 average and 4 out of 6 on the doubles. The 72 at the end, clinical, to say the least. And he joins the party with his first win. McDonagh and Conan Whitehead will be playing against each other in the next match. Don't miss that one.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. Another one of our players has just got themselves off the mark. So now that Warby has found himself a nice performance with a win attached, he will start looking above him in the table to see who he can catch by the end of the day.
To throw first. Game on.
Ronan McDonagh may not have played to the same level as some of the players
6
in this table, but he is competitive points-wise. He's on 4 points with Conan Whitehead, and now these guys shoot out to see who can join Lee Cox on 6. But he's got a game in hand next against Jeremy Fagg, who is yet to score.
6.
We could well see Coxie go to 8 points, no matter what happens here.
Indeed, and how you finish the day can be a direct reaction of how you start day 2.
140.
You want to finish on a high and walk out of the building, maybe having won your last 2 games. There's a little bit of a spring in your step.
44.
And it's at the point now where you start having a look around and what's going on around you in the table as well.
60.
I don't think we can accuse Ronan of not having a bounce in his step. He is somewhat jauntily moving around this place with ease.
65.
He's a bit of a live wire, but there's nothing wrong with that.
100. Conan, you require 100.
Judging by his averages at Q School, I think he has performed much better in this place than he did on the floor at Q School.
82. Ronan, you
I do
require
say it most weeks that
81.
I'm here, this live lounge is bullseye. He's done it.
On the first leg, Ronan McDonagh.
He's definitely improved with the increase in pace.
Second leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
Well, with his surname, if he was to yield a Super Series title
140.
or even a series title at the end of April, if he doesn't open up a fast food chain
100.
called Ronan's McDonough's, then that is a missed opportunity.
I think you're probably right.
140.
We could say that time after time.
60.
You never know. If he does open that fast food chain, he could put a picture of you up in there, couldn't he? To attract the punters. Because it was your idea in the first place.
You don't want to scare them off.
You could be like Dragon's Den and sort of like put some money in and have a percentage of the business.
Well, if you want to get in touch with us here today, by all means, please do so via our social channels.
161.
We're on X, we're on Instagram, we're on TikTok, we're on Facebook as well. And based on the players that we got here this week, I'd like you to get in touch and let us know what their fast food restaurant should be called.
Conan, you require
So we'll have Ronan's
96.
McDonough's. How about Conan's Whitebait for a fish shop?
Not a bad shout.
56.
How about Lee Cox's beef?
60.
No, that doesn't work. I know.
Conan, you require 40.
Is this the equalizer?
Game
You
shot
bet
on
it
the
is.
Second leg, Conan Whitehead.
He's got a face like thunder right now. And it's got to have something to do
Third leg, it's Ronan to throw
with the
first.
fact that he's not
Game on.
perfect today.
You can understand that Conan is kind of known
6.
here as the king of that ball finish, if you like, and he's just had one happen against him. So if you're going to rattle the hornet's nest,
125.
you could say that Ronan has actually done that.
60.
If you're the person playing after Conan's just lost, it comes with a warning. Beware. Because he did lose his
43.
last match to Alexander Masek by 4-3, even though he had a better average
140.
by 5 points. Now, the other players that you got coming this week, apart from everybody in this group, you got Charlie Lodge, Carl Sneed, and Gary Mawson playing in Group B, which will be 10 o'clock on Thursday and Friday night. Jamie Kelling,
100.
Niall Cullerton, and Sam Spivey will be taking part in Group C. Now, Group C looks very good this week.
Yeah, Charlie Large, another
84.
local from just up the
Ronan, you
road, and
require 141.
I'm sure the local fans will get behind him because and they'll be asking, can he do
65.
what Adam Lipscomb did? With the ADC stuff at the tail end of last year, can the local momentum be kept moving
59.
by Charlie
Ronan, you
Large?
require 76.
All will be revealed towards the end of the week.
36. Conan, you require 130.
There might be a reaction if this goes. Can he get past that? This is going to need power. Not quite. Very close, though.
He didn't quite have the power range there, did
Ronan,
he?
you require 40.
Ronan might have the glory.
Game shot on the third leg.
He's definitely
Ronan
not missing
McDonagh.
as much as he did earlier.
Fourth leg is Conan to throw first.
Looks like a tall lad, doesn't he? You'd stick him in your line out. Or stick him in the boat. Because most rowers are very tall.
108.
We've got some tall guys in darts as well. Like Jimmy Van Schie.
60.
Vincent Camphouse. Vincent van der Voort. Oh, there's something that he hasn't done here before. Can he do it in the next 3 darts?
121. Conan, you require
Big chance for Conan.
141.
Oh, the groan. He wanted it badly.
He did indeed, and the 2 180s were right on point, and then the cheeky little non-look 180 there from
91.
Ronan. We were having a bit of a moment.
99. Conan, you require 50.
10 darter? 11.
Game shot
That'll
on the
do.
fourth leg. Conan Whitehead.
I like the way he went for the safe small 10 there to leave the tops.
Well, you know how on
Fifth
the old
leg
quad
is Ronan
board,
to throw first.
you had the
Game on.
treble and then the quad. If you had more segments closer to the ball, how
81.
many points would that single 10 have been?
He'd have bust. That's what would have happened. He'd have bust.
85.
Yeah, because the quad would have been 40. And it would have been inside the 5 times bed. You can sense that he doesn't want to walk from this game without any points.
58.
There's no lack of motivation when it comes to this for Conan, and that's something that everybody can clasp to. We hear about people
140.
in many sports saying that they go through the motions certain weeks, certain months, certain seasons.
100.
And then from the other side of the coin, you hear interviews where people are saying, I'm enjoying my darts again. Insinuating that they haven't been
45.
recently. I think we all go through that period.
60.
You've got to give McDonagh credit. He's been competitive in this game from the off.
Yeah, he has and continues to be as
96.
well, doing sort of little right things in the right moments.
And speaking of right things in right moments, this checkout
140. Ronan,
gave
you
Jensen
require
Walker
79.
his first title this way on Saturday night.
59.
I would have gone for a 20 instead of the
Ronan, you
last
require
19, and then
58.
that would have left a nice, easier shot of 80. But
Game shot on the fifth leg. Conan Whitehead.
Do you think he enjoyed that one? Because I do.
I think he did. I think Ronan's given it a bit of a
Sixth leg. It's Conan
bit of
to
a
throw
clenched
first.
fist when he gets one out, and I think that Conan has just done a bit of a back at you, babe, on that at him, and Ronan's kind of realised that that was possibly directed at him a little. A bit of a father and son moment, like, wasn't it?
I really like that.
98.
I think there are certain players who come here when an opponent does that, they get their nose out of joint. Why? Why?
137.
The game's not done yet. Enjoy the battle. If you can't enjoy a darts match against Conan Whitehead, then just don't play it.
140.
Because when you play him, it's fun.
60.
Did you come here for a tickling contest or did you come here for a darts match?
Good point. I would lose a tickling contest, but that's another story.
45.
It is quite amusing how Ronan got caught up in that little bit of
60.
for a few moments, just the bit of the fist pumping, the bit of the, and then they had a little chat about it afterwards. And now Ronan's gone off a little bit.
94.
Is there any player at this level who is better at treble 18 than Whitehead?
140. Conan, you require 124.
Well, as fast as Ronan went off, he came back on.
There's that treble 18 again. You know what comes next?
99. Ronan, you
I'll
require
tell you what, Andy Hamilton was really good at the
104.
54 last week. But not enough for Ronan.
56.
And Whitehead
Ronan, you require 25.
is looking 6 points right in the face.
Game shot and the match.
That looked like a
Conan
fun
Whitehead.
game for Conan. And I'm sure that Ronan enjoyed it as well. Even though he lost it, that was a good tussle. As far as Conan is concerned, he has bounced back, and you always expect him to when he is defeated, because nobody's ever been perfect in Group A over the course of the last 2.5 years. But Whitehead was the better player on the doubles and the scoring, and he takes a 4-2 win into his last match of the day. But before we get to the last round, it's Lee Cox trying to stay undefeated up against Jeremy Fagg.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and the live coverage of the MODUS Super Series. One more game in round number 4 to come. And it is top versus bottom. Lee will be the favourite with 6 points in the bank and Jeremy at the base of the table. But he did show a great deal of resilience towards the end of his last match. Just being edged out by Ronan McDonagh by 4 legs to 2. And that leads us to our next point. We've actually had 4-2 as a scoreline in our last
First
4
leg,
matches.
It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
And every time it's been won against the throw. Now that's the funny thing about the MODUS Super Series on a day like today. It's a bit like looking at a roulette wheel. You might see 11 games played or 11 spins of the wheel.
140.
And it lands on red 3 times out of 11. And you think, surely,
99.
after so many games against the throw, or let's say on red, the next one's going to be black. Absolutely not the case.
135.
That's where people get a little bit misled, don't they? They think it's based on previous information. This is a new situation. The referee calls game on. It could be with the darts or against. It has nothing to do with the previous games.
No, absolutely. But you mentioned that, and I'm just having a little tot up of the 180s on the people that have had the darts today in the first 11 games. There has just been 5 180s hit on that side. On the opposite side, when you're against the throw, there's been 16 today. So that's a sort of
140. Jeremy, you require 146.
maybe a little reason into why the side against the darts have been winning the matches.
Hello.
140.
Tremendous try on the old down under 146.
66.
Double 18.
30.
He's not doing much wrong.
Jeremy, you require 32.
And he didn't throw that badly.
Game shot on the first
And that was
leg.
thrown really
Jeremy
well.
Fagg.
An immediate break for Jezza.
Second leg. It's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
If you're going to travel the world doing the art of the dart, you need people to back you. I'm sure Jezza's got that.
100.
It's a difficult thing. I can put my hand up and say just how hard it is. You need an understanding employer,
123.
an understanding family. You need friends from around the world to give you a hand.
100.
And all the while when you're traveling, you're going to be missing people. It's hard.
Yeah, and when it's a backing, when it's, you know, you need the backing from the employer and
6.
allowing you to get the time off work, inevitably that employer knows that if things go well for you, he could very well lose you, which is sometimes your
100.
value within your job can sometimes outweigh your value and your earnings even as a dart player. And why you see a lot of players stick with the 9 to 5. Nice stuff there from Lee Cox.
59. Lee require 138.
4 consecutive treble 20s. Double 12. Wow.
Game shot on his second leg. Lee Cox.
A tremendous 6-dart conversion of 318 points. That's the best 6-dart convo of the day. I've just gone full Aussie. I went convo.
95.
You could call it a combination. You can call it a conversion.
100.
But if you want to call anything in Aussie, just chop the word in half and put an O at the end. $140.
43. $91.
Do you know what your Aussie nickname would be, Scott, if you lived there?
Scotto.
It would be Scotty
$121.
or Mitcho.
I'll have to ask Mitchell Clegg what they call him. He's me buddy.
Cleggy.
Yeah, they wouldn't call me that.
Jeremy, you require 157.
Sounds like a character out of some North Yorkshire sort of like Saturday night drama soap thing. The man with the funny hat and wellies.
95.
Last of the summer wine.
That's
you
the one.
require 85.
Double top.
75.
Just misses out.
Jeremy,
He's
you
not
require
missing much.
62.
He's averaging north of 100. But he could genuinely be 2-1 down.
42.
That was right on line as well.
Require 10.
Statistically, a couple of legs in, this is the best game of the day.
Game shot on the third
And Lee
leg.
Cox can
Lee
live with
Cox.
it.
4th leg. It's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Coxie wearing a shade of Chelsea blue.
$42.
It's one of the better dart shirts I've seen out there. But he does fill it out well, doesn't he?
99.
He's one of the only dart players I think who would fit in on an episode of Towie.
I've never really watched Towie, so
140.
you're more likely to catch me watching Clarkson's Farm or Country File, so...
Well, they'd probably say to him he's got to get his teeth whitened.
52.
Don't change anything about yourself, Lee. We love you as the way you are.
Yeah, we do indeed. Well, my mates for a long time. Is Lee, known of him around the darting scene for many years.
I'm starting to believe that changing back to these darts was the right thing to do. It's been a really good standard of play from Lee today.
It's a Bristow-esque dart, isn't it? And there are many, many copies out there with varying bits and grips and what have you, but the barrel length stays the same, so it should still react the same.
140. Jeremy, you require
Well, if it is indeed
106.
a Dave Chisnell dart, I can tell you that that barrel is very popular in Australia. Last time I was over there, I couldn't believe how many people were using them.
120.
110
Lee
for a
require
3-1 lead.
110.
Jeremy has asked the question, and the question doesn't have an answer.
$78. Jeremy, you require 40.
Can't miss this, tops. And he
Game shot on
doesn't.
the fourth
That's
leg,
assured.
Jeremy Fagg. Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Just under 5 points difference in the average in this one.
96.
Let me tell you something about when I moved to Australia 20 years ago. I was very naive, and many people would have been, as to
140.
the expense of buying darts equipment in that region of the world. When I moved there, a dartboard was about
100.
£30. Top of the line, £30, maybe 35. And I didn't take a dartboard with me because I thought I'll just buy one when I get there if I want one.
81.
I could not believe how expensive a dartboard was in Australia. Well over $100 a board.
58.
Based on conversion, that was about 55 to 60 pounds.
Oh, wow. We're talking a few years ago now as well, aren't we? Yeah.
Indeed, yeah. I walked into the local sports shop and I could not believe it.
108.
He can believe that. Lee's in a bit of a tear up here. And he's maintaining that ton plus average. If he was playing like this at Q School, he would have got a card.
43.
Yeah, and I think he was feeling the same, but he
67.
just wasn't well enough. It wasn't possible.
What is possible is a 3-2 advantage.
35. Jeremy, you require 156.
We've seen one check out better than this today. And that 161 from Mike Warburton earlier in match 2.
88.
That was
Lee
better than any
requires
checkout we had
32.
last week. This could be a turning point.
Jeremy, you require 68.
It's a big opportunity here for Jeremy.
One dart at double 16. And he's
Game shot of
broken Lee
fifth leg,
Cox.
Jeremy Fagg.
There are things happening. If Jeremy wins this
Sixth
game,
leg, it's Jeremy to
he will
throw first.
condense the table.
Game on.
Top to bottom would be 4 points. But if Lee Cox wins this game, top to bottom will be 8.
93.
Whitehead, McDonagh, Masek, Warburton, all of them want Jeremy to win. Because it's only 1 spot available in the Saturday Week 3 finals at the end of Wednesday. You've got somebody running away with it. You want someone to peg them back.
It tightens it all up and it'll make it very interesting, and we will head into our last block of matches, and he did not need that bounce out at that point, did Jezza. But it was a good proper bounce out off the wire as well.
85.
Over the last couple of weeks, we've had an Australian representative.
58.
In the coming weeks, there will be more. But I'm sure that watching from Australia,
96.
there are plenty of people who wish this was around about 15 years ago. Australian internationals like Russell Stewart,
45.
Brian Roach, maybe even people like Preston Ridd from New Zealand
100.
and some other Kiwis who were playing great darts at the time. You got to give Jeremy the credit he deserves, because he's maintained this level of relevant
133.
darting nature for the last 15 years. That's why he's here. He's still relevant.
Absolutely, and hopefully there will be a few still watching out there on Australia. It's only just after midnight
Jeremy
out there
132.
in the Sydney area.
Well, that was a match-winning
96.
opportunity.
Lee require 40.
Does he get a look at double 18?
Game shot on a sixth
As
flag.
fast as
Lee
I can
Cox.
say that, Lee Cox shuts me up.
7 from final
Important
leg.
break a
It's
throw,
Lee
and
to
now
throw
he has the
first.
chance
Game on.
to serve the game out, but you feel he needs something good here, and that's exactly what he's done.
140.
Jezza might be getting that sinking feeling no matter how well he
6.
plays. People just seem to have the answer against him.
$58.
It's not that dissimilar to the first performance that Cox put in, although it is a game that's gone 7 legs compared to the 4 that he needed to take care of Masek.
41.
Just imagine what winning this week would do for Lee Cox and his entire season. It would definitely set him out on the right path. And I don't think there's any reason why he can't win this week. Because he looks like the favourite for this group at this stage. Doesn't have to stay there. He could use the 19s.
Yeah, it's all very polished from him so far, isn't it?
92.
He's doing the right things in the right moments. And that treble 18 was one of those as we come to the closing stages of this, our 12th match of the day.
60. Lee
Jeremy hasn't done a great deal wrong. Double 10.
20.
That one time you can afford to miss. He's used up that life. Now, it really doesn't matter what Jeremy hits right there. It's all in the lap
20.
of Lee.
No
and
score.
He's missed it.
Jeremy, you require 20.
Now it's relevant to get off the mark. And he can't find it.
16.
That may be his only
require
chance.
20.
It was his only chance. What a journey that game was. A brilliant match. Unfortunately for Jezza, it is a 4th straight defeat. But he keeps knocking on the door and he keeps getting closer. And what a relief for Lee as he gets the 4-3 win with a 92.51 average. And at the end of round number 4, he stays undefeated on 8 points. We'll have a look at the table when we come back.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McHugh.
Welcome to the final round. All of a sudden, we are approaching 1:30 local time. And as far as today is concerned, it could have been so different had it not been for that last match. Jeremy Fagg still to get off the mark. But if he'd found the double 10 or the double 5 at the end, he could have found himself on 2 points with Mike Warburton. As it stands, Lee Cox is at the top on 8 points. He's undefeated and will have a chance of a perfect Monday when he takes on Conan Whitehead in game number 15. Everybody in the middle, still very much a competitor in this table. But as far as McDonagh and Masek are concerned, one of them is about to leave with 6 points. As far as debut days are concerned, if you win more games than you lose, is that seen as a success?
I think very much so, and extremely important on day one.
Game on.
It settles you when you put your head down this evening wherever they're staying.
90.
I'm not sure, but I think both would be happy with more wins than losses on debut on day one.
If you were to do that all 3 days,
59.
you have a good chance of winning the group. But it
if you
depends how many games you win.
Yeah, if you do it on a couple of days, then it sets you up for the last day to have a good day and maybe have a run at 4 wins.
Let's put it into some sort of perspective, because last week, Group A was won on 20 points. If you break that down, that's 6 points one day, 6 points the next day, and 8 points the next day after that. You don't have to win every game when you play. You just got to win more than you lose.
43.
Yeah, I agree with that. But it does depend on what's going on with the rest of the group and who's duffing each other up on the other side of it. So
34.
There is a little bit of a dependency on what's going on in the rest of the group, but you rather get the job done yourself and try and keep it in your own hands.
54. Ronan, you require 70.
This leg is in Ronan's hands.
38.
Should go bull.
100.
Or should I say,
32.
he should have. See, now it makes a difference. He's got a 3-dart checkout. He could have left a 2-darter. And this is usually where they hit the 3-darter.
Indeed, 1 dart in hand then.
73. Ronan, you require 32. Game shot
Hits
the
it this
first
time.
leg. Ronan McDonagh.
Is the story of Ronan's day that people have given him too many opportunities at double?
Second leg. It's
If they
Alexander
had
to throw
been
first.
better in the scoring
Game
or
on.
maybe even more clinical in their doubling, there's a risk that he couldn't be anywhere close to what he's got points-wise.
I think if you look at the average each match, you could probably say very similar. He opened up
100.
with a win and a 74 average, and then lost with an 83. Won with an 83.
59.
And lost with an 81. So really the 74
81.
could have gone either way. It was 4-3 early doors against Warburton. I think that is the one that sort of put him where he is in the table. How do you lost that one?
140.
We wouldn't probably be talking so much about him, but he's got to take
58.
opportunities like that double 16. You said it earlier, I think, in game 2 that, yeah, he has the game and he has the scoring power to trouble the group, but if you're not taking out those 3 darts at the end of every
84.
leg and you get 3 darts or something, you've got to start taking it out just to have a 33% average on the doubling. And you feel that that's in the region of what you've got to be,
47.
33 to 41 if you want to win the group.
I think the number that categorises Ronan's day more than any other
105.
is that this isn't even the end to his day, and he's already had 56 darts at a double.
100. Alexander, you require
Some people
70.
never have 56 darts at a double in a daily campaign. Okay. Double 8.
Some would say it's an absolute liberty.
Game shot on his second leg.
Liberty it is
Alexander
there
Masek.
for Sasha. He takes it
Third
to
leg
1-1.
is Ronan to throw first.
And Sasha
Game
actually is a sort of shortened name for Alexander. I'm
90,
looking
sir.
things up and having help from my check darting friends. I said, but it makes no sense. And they said, no, it doesn't make any sense. But it's what it is. Yes.
108.
We also play chess together, me and my checkmate.
140.
Should have known it, really, because of Sasha Zverev,
You shouldn't
German
look at
tennis
me like
player.
that. You shouldn't look at me like that, honestly.
69.
I've been slipping in Ronan Keating songs here. I've fitted 9 in the commentary today. 9 titles of Ronan Keating songs every time Ronan has played here, and some of you haven't even noticed. They are.
I noticed.
There's some obscure ones there that maybe not made it to the top of the charts in the hit parade, but they were all the same. But I've enjoyed myself. It was lovely.
Bullseye for Ronan.
76.
Not this
Alexander,
time.
you require 152.
Did get one early in his game with Conan Whitehead. $87 left.
116. Ronan, you require 48.
Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Ronan
He's definitely
McDonagh.
got some gumption. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
Fourth leg.
I
It's
do
Alexander to throw
really
first.
want to have a chat with Ronan this week. I want to see where his journey started. Let's see what the ambitions are, who's inspired him.
45.
Because when it comes to Irish darts, I wouldn't be surprised if it's someone like Willie O'Connor. And boy, did he ever
83.
a decent World Masters.
Yeah, exactly. I think there are inspirations for all players, but Ronan does play like every dart matters and every dart means something in that moment, and he does play like just in case tomorrow never comes. Number 10.
100.
I'm here all week. I'm done.
I didn't know that many Boys Own songs or Ronan Keating songs, so I've got some of the references.
140.
Yeah, I'm going to go home now and watch their documentary that I see is on my TV box.
100.
That second dart was way too quick.
85. Alexander, you require 100.
Rhythm just needs a little bit of work. Ronan's quite raw, I feel.
Yeah, he is, but it's just got to give his brain a little bit of a chance to catch up at times. He releases them so quickly.
Ronan, you require 93.
Down south for the double. I can see the sense in that.
33. Alexander, you require
With them
40.
both on 4 points, there was a risk this game could be very close.
Game shot on
Similar
the
levels of
fourth leg.
performance
Alexander
yield.
Masek.
2 wins apiece coming into this, and now 2 legs apiece.
Fifth leg. It's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
I do feel that the games have been really interesting and kind of flown by. You get a feel of it here in the commentary
46.
box, and some days the games can drag a little bit, and you think, you know, what's going on here? Everybody's frightened of everybody, but I haven't had that feeling here today. Everybody really
60.
feels that they can beat each other in this group, and it's made it a very interesting group to watch.
6.
And the standard of the darts have been pretty good.
$140.
Just been looking through my darts database, in fact. Looking at famous darting Alexanders.
140.
Merckx and Masek are probably the two most well known. But what about Alexander Fehlmann of Switzerland? He played at the PDC World Cup once.
49.
Everything seems to have gone with the throw so far, but Masek may be ready to make his move.
99.
I wonder who the most famous Czech sports person is at the minute. Is it Patrick Schick?
38.
He had a really good Euros in 2021, didn't
70.
Yeah, he did. McDonagh's left himself on a bogey there, and
Game shot on the 5th leg.
slight
Alexander
miscount that
Masek.
is going to make no squat of difference. As Masek
6th leg. It's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
finishes the leg in 15 darts.
They really have had some big says in world sport over the years. Petr Cech, famous
95.
Arsenal and Chelsea goalkeeper. What about Jan Železny? I remember watching him up against Steve
6.
Backley back in the 90s. My word. There were some great javelin days. Ice hockey terms, they don't come any bigger. Apart from Wayne Gretzky and Sidney Crosby.
45.
Jeremiah Yager. He's played for decades.
140.
Yeah, they've had a big say in sport. Tennis, winter sports, football.
83.
Let's not forget as well that when Martina Navratilova was young, that's
91.
where she's from.
Of course it is. Yeah, we do forget that, don't we?
140.
And one of the most famous names in distance running history, Emil Zatopek.
96. Alexander, you require 138.
Alexander to put himself in a great position going into day 2. May just have 6 darts from here. That is a bad play.
52.
Don't go 18
Ronan, you
second on
require
that one.
114.
You go 18s there.
74. Alexander, you require 86.
Well, if you didn't know where the dart was, Ronan has just told you how far north of the bed it was. So you don't really need us as commentators anymore. Especially if Alex hits the bull.
61.
On
Ronan, you
the
require
wire.
40.
So, to take us all the way here, 3 darts at tops for Ronan.
No score.
Very symptomatic of his day.
Alexander, you require
So many darts at a
25.
double.
I'm going to say nothing at all.
Scott Mitchell might not have to say anything else. Because Masek has won more games than he's lost on debut. And he's going to have 6 points going into Tuesday. Very, very solid, Mr. Masek. Or should we call him Sasha? When he comes back to play against Ronan McDonagh in Game 3 tomorrow, he will have a very solid foundation. And he's impressed today with some steady stuff, including that 87 average and that win by 4 legs to 2. When we come back, it's going to be Mike Warburton, who is now off the mark, trying to stop Jeremy Fagg from doing just that.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. We've got 2 more games for your darting entertainment live on Pluto TV for Monday, and this is how it stands. Alexander Masek and Ronan McDonagh have finished their 5-game quota, and they've finished on 6 and 4 points respectively. Now we turn our attention to the bottom 2 as Warburton takes on Jeremy Fagg. If Jeremy can win this game by 4 legs to 2 or better, he can drag his way off the bottom of the table. And then we'll turn our attention to Lee Cox and Conan Whitehead at the top to finish our campaign off for Monday. It's been very frustrating for Jezza. But now he's got one more chance for Monday to get off the mark.
Game on.
For the day, averaging just shy of 82. Couple of 180s and a ton plus check out of 110. But only 16 darts at a double all day, Scott. There's your problem.
There's a little bit of that, and I think Jess has been a little bit unlucky to sort of walk into Lee Cox doing a 92. You know, Ronan had a really good couple of legs against him at the end of that game. Although Ronan's average was lower because the first few were scrappy and he won those legs. You've got to get yourself darts at double, and he's been a little bit unfortunate. But I think he'll find his feet tomorrow And it's, you know, he's been here once before. It was 12 months ago. So you can understand a little bit of, I don't know, rustiness for the building maybe, I don't know. But the Aussie guys tend to just walk in and
60
sort of take everything in their stride. They're so laid back, and it kind of hasn't happened so far for Jeremy.
Australia, one of the countries that has won a series title.
43.
Raymond Smith, 2 years ago. Was that really 2 years ago when he beat Matt Clark in that final? My word, how things have changed in that time.
Things have. I do confess I find myself having a little look at Pluto TV now and again, and I look at some of the earlier recordings of the stuff that we did here when we first arrived here, and
140.
see the building now and the progression of, you know, the signage, the way that it all looks. It's a far cry, but what I like about what the Super Series did here was didn't run before they could walk, didn't start making big major changes unnecessarily till the building started being used for this purpose, and then you work out what the building needs
98
to make it even better for the players and the purpose of what it's been built for.
$94. Mikey requires.
Mike's had a shot at the ball to break. Now he has two more if he needs them.
Game shot on the first leg.
That looked assured.
Second leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Now, if he walks away with 4 points, he's going to be very happy. Now, here's the difference between Mike and Ronan. Ronan walks away with 4 points and he's thinking, do you know what?
60.
I wanted a little bit more than that. But if Mike walks away with 4 points after starting with 3 losses, he's pleased.
Yeah, I think you make a really valid point on that, and yeah, very much so. Warby was staring. I mean, he's not out of the woods yet. You know, he's still got a way to go in this one, but he really was staring a bad day in the face, wasn't he? And sometimes you have to go and look in the mirror and go, you know, there's only one person that can change this, and that's me. And Jeremy Fagg has another on the floor. That's 2 already in 2 legs.
Just looking at the schedule for tomorrow.
60.
What say Mike wins this game, and then he beats Jeremy again, and then he beats Masek again. By the time he plays Lee Cox in the medal match of Tuesday, he could have 8 points. I suppose it would be a lot better for the chasing pack if Jezza had beaten Cox in game 12.
180.
But this one could be getting away from Jeremy very quickly. Fair play. Great 140.
Mikey require 101.
Yeah, he's trying to stick in there, isn't he?
And the benefit of hitting that 140?
84.
The fact that it's only single to double combination now to draw level. If he just hit a ton, it would have been so much more difficult than this.
9.
Hit the wrong side of the dart. You can see what he was trying to do. He moved across, tried to use the side of the dart to guide it in and bounce it in. It didn't happen for him. So now Warburton, he thought that was there. He was on his way to collect it. That's how close it was.
9.
And sometimes that can unsettle with your last dart. You're thinking, woe is me. I thought that was already in. Your head thinks you won the leg. Then it's got to be turned round. And You go to throw the last dart. That's a nightmare blocker, surely.
Game shot,
Oh,
second leg.
don't
Jeremy
call me
Fagg.
Shirley, he says. Right in there. And we're 1-1.
Third leg, it's Jeremy to throw first.
Warburton will be wondering how he's not 2-zip here.
Well, I'm going to use an Australian comparison here because him trying to hit that double 16 with 2 darts the way they were,
81.
that was like an Aussie rules footballer being on the front right of the oval and can only see about a yard of the middle goal, which yields 6 points. But what you can do in Aussie rules football is you can kick the ball and make it swerve in the air, or maybe divert your run up a little bit. I'm trying to give him the best possible player to say who could do that. And I'm going to go with a former Brisbane Lion and a former Western Bulldogs player. He was my favourite player for a good few years, Jason Ackermanis.
46.
He was a bit of a maverick, but he was a genius. And he could have done something like that.
180.
Sometimes Maverick players are
85. Jeremy, you require
bordering on
140.
insane, aren't they? There's a very fine line of just tipping over that bank and rolling down the other side to insanity and pushing your luck.
Well, just to put it into perspective,
100.
Jason Ackermanis was like the Eric Cantona of the AFL when he was at his peak. You wanted to watch him all the time, but you just didn't know what was going to come next.
Did he go over the white picket fence two-booted, or did he just...
Jeremy,
yeah,
you require 40.
never.
I did some other stuff. Jezza looking for a 2-1 lead.
Game shot
That'll
on the third
work.
leg. Jeremy Fagg. Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw
That's
first.
just in Australia called
Game
Jodie Anasta, and she used to date one of the AFL, and she was in Neighbours, and he was, I think he was a problem of a similar ilk, maybe
81.
the same guy, I don't know. Ended up divorcing, and
The first game I ever watched was Brisbane Lions versus the Doggies. What is now Marvel Stadium.
76.
The one thing I couldn't understand when I first went to that game was that they didn't have a home and away end. Everybody was mixed. I couldn't understand it because of the tribalism of football in this country. You have to segregate the away fans from the home fans. There, everybody mixed. And there was no trouble.
are the Doggies, are they blue and white?
140.
Blue, red and white, yeah.
I think I've got a hat at home. When I was in Australia, it was too hot and I didn't have a hat, so I went and just bought a hat. And I've got a funny feeling I bought one of those.
Nice choice.
100.
Nice choice.
I'd love to say I chose it, but I don't think I did. I just thought, yeah, that'll do. I didn't have a clue what I was doing.
Sons of the West. Bulldogs through and through.
41.
I'm probably lying. I'll probably go home and look at it now and go, oh no, I got it wrong. It was some other team, but I'm sure it was the Bulldog. I'm sure
As long as it's not Carlton.
No, it's definitely not Carlton. I know the difference between them.
Good.
41.
And the other thing you have out there is it like a North versus South Territories rugby thing?
State of origin.
State of origin, that's the one.
58.
They get a bit feisty.
Yeah. Ask Simon Whitlock about that. State of origin is an occasion every year.
59.
This could be a huge opportunity for Jeremy to get off the mark. Leave 86 or better here. That's out the window.
45.
Not enough.
Mike, you require 120.
He's going to be in a tussle now. I don't see Warburton losing this leg unless he has a bucket full of darts missed at double. He might not miss any.
Game
He doesn't.
shot of 4 flag, Mike Warburton.
That's such a classy finish, isn't it? No interference whatsoever. 3 pure, accurate shots
5th flag,
for
it's Jeremy
2-2.
to throw first. Game on.
One thing I'm going to ask Jeremy this week is, who is his favourite Australian sports star of all time? It very much hinges on what kind of sport you follow.
121.
Could be rugby league, cricket, AFL, athletics, swimming. Aussies are good at everything. Apart from winter sports. Not too great at those.
100.
Not very good at breakdancing either.
Yeah, that's one thing I did notice.
180.
But you're famous for it now, that's the thing.
Yeah, there's a thing about being famous for something and then being good at something.
100.
Okay, so I'll say Eddie the Eagle Edwards then. So it's a similar sort of thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. Oh, great dart.
100.
That one is just as good. Fair play, Jezza. He has been hammered into the ground like a tent peg all day. And he's come up with this resilient stuff.
100.
True Aussie grit.
Jeremy requires 6.
He's just not going away, is he?
That's a good marker. And not the
20.
first time today where the dart lands on the floor.
I think he needs to bevel a 65-degree point on that dart, because what happens, they can wear and sort of wear to, like, not like a flat, but a rounded, dull sort of point.
100.
And then when
Jeremy,
they hit these
require
blade wires,
40.
they hit them pitch square on and can then come out. If you bevel them, when they hit straight on, they will divert and go round.
Game shot
He's
of
done
5th
well there.
flag, Jeremy Fagg.
Warburton was sitting on 101. And he was thinking, you give me a shot, I'll show you.
6th flag, it's
But he
Mike
didn't.
to throw first. Game on.
The main event of the day. The top 2
100.
going toe-to-toe after this. Cox and Whitehead. No matter who wins, we know who's going to be the hunter.
108.
It's going to be 5 of them against the hunted, which will be the top spot. Because Conan can still be top of the table by the end of the day.
140.
The key for Jeremy now is that he can't want this win too much. He's playing okay. Better than okay.
93.
His game has got to win this match.
We started the leg with a 180, and Jeremy, and he had to back it with something.
100.
A 180 is only a decent 180 if you back it with another treble of some sort, and he did. Chased round the board and got himself 93 points.
Yeah, good thinking.
Mike, you require 100.
Still thinking straight. That's the main thing. And there's no better way to finish a match than a 170.
65. Jeremy,
Adam
you
Mould and
require
Sebastian Białowski might
170.
not agree because they've had 9 darters to finish their day. Trebleless
Mike, you
for
require
the second
96.
consecutive visit.
And I have to say, they were looking like 3 safe darts, weren't they? They weren't attacking darts.
Oh, make of that what you will.
56.
The one
Jeremy,
segment
you
on the
require
board
110.
that he wanted to hit, and it was the covered one. Didn't go double-double. Does Jezza get a match dart? He does not.
40. Mike, you require 40.
To take us all the way.
Game
Bravo.
shot, 6th flag, Mike Warburton.
In a funny sort of way, when you haven't won all day long,
7th and final leg.
winning
It's
your
Jeremy to
last
throw
game
first.
in a last leg
Game on.
shootout will feel better than winning 4-0 because it means you've been tested to the very limit.
Jessup were disappointed there with that opening visit, particularly where he started with 180 in the last leg and really didn't back it much with anything after the 93. And then found himself sort of a treble away come the end of the leg. And now he's reversed the throw immediately and sort of handed it to Mike Warburton. And you can see
80.
that in his head, he knows that he's done that as well.
Well, that's his first treble after 4 trebleless visits.
100.
That barren spell could cost him this game.
The game is cruel at times.
58.
And yet again, the trebles just aren't there. And Warby's probably thinking right now, this game's mine.
100.
And he gets that vital treble, not for the first time in this leg. This is your classy trying to end the game with 1 treble a visit leg. 3 tons in a row.
100.
He's already broken the throw. It's just a question of whether he can finish the job.
Yeah, big dart from Jezza there to keep him honest.
81.
Even if he'd found a ton there, Warburton, the difference between 101 and 120, it's nothing.
I think he should have gone the 25 route myself and
134.
had to play with the ball.
Like require 120.
See if he could have troubled that, but
He's not going to get a second 120.
100.
He sits on
Jeremy
20
require 100.
and prays that Jeremy does not find a ton. 16s.
$52.
I would stake a
Like
lot
required
on
20.
Warburton going for the top half of this double 10 again.
Game shot.
He finds
and
the middle
match. Mike
and gets a
Warburton.
second win from 5 matches. So what was a troublesome time in the first 3 hours, he rectifies a lot of the situation by getting a 4-3 win against Jeremy, who unfortunately today did not get any wins and will start his campaign tomorrow against Mike in Game 2. We have our top of the table clash to come in Game 15. Don't miss that after the break. It's going to be Lee Cox against the Darts up against the Barbarian Conan Whitehead.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
One more match to go, and it will potentially signify who tops the table overnight. Because it's 8 points for Lee Cox, 4 wins from 4, and Whitehead in close proximity as well.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
These guys know each other exceptionally well. Constantly knocking around the same tournaments for the last few years. Well, if Whitehead with 6 points and +5 as a leg difference wins 4 legs to 2 in this game, he will jump Lee Cox at the top
39.
after day 1 of 3. Any win for Lee, and it will be a 4-point cushion ahead of playing Conan Whitehead tomorrow morning at 9:30. Fair to say, Scott Mitchell, that Lee's had a rather good day, but that day is not finished yet.
No, agreed. And I think when I look at the averages up to now for the last 4 matches between the two of them, you have to say Lee Cox is sort of 4 points per visit. 4.5 points per visit higher. But we know averages are just things on paper, and we don't play on paper. We play on
Conan, you require 161.
sizable dartboards. And the best ones in the world at that.
Always makes me laugh that dartboards went plant-based before anything else.
82.
Yeah, I think they were a piece of wood covered in pigskin at one point, weren't they, or something? Or the bristle dartboard were, I don't know.
92. Conan, you require 79.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
That'll
first
do
leg.
very
Conan
nicely.
Whitehead.
Not the same 79 we saw on Saturday night, but they all work as long as you get the double at the end.
Throw first. Game on.
I wonder how Jensen Walker's day at school is today.
100.
What did you do on Saturday night, Jensen? I beat Simon Whitlock, Andy Hamilton, Adam Mould. Got myself £5,000. Oh, okay. Then they asked the next person.
43.
I watched The Masked Singer.
And then jumped on the Xbox for a couple of games of FIFA.
6.
Totted myself on to bed at 3:30 a.m.
I don't get that show, The Masked Singer. It's really hard to say.
100.
Doesn't roll off the tongue. Rather be watching this on a Saturday night. Isn't that right, everybody, live on Pluto TV?
Definitely.
100.
You don't want to miss this Saturday. And if you want to be here, you can be. Scan that QR code.
85.
Reserve your tickets for a very small booking fee. And you could be in the crowd.
100.
And this place was buzzing. It was an absolute sellout on Saturday night, and they were not disappointed with what they saw. If you can't use that QR code, go to dotshop.tv
48.
and search for Week 3, Series 10.
141.
It's all very much simpler than you think to get those tickets and be here.
109.
Don't go 20s. 15, 25, 18.
58.
Got it right.
We require 32. Game shot
There's
on the
not much
second
today
leg.
that
Lee
Lee's
Cox.
got wrong.
No,
Third
playing with a lot
leg,
of
it's Conan to
confidence,
throw
quite
first.
rightly so.
Game on.
Anybody who can average over 90 for a daily campaign
60.
and have a really decent doubles percentage, they have it in their capabilities of winning a week.
83.
It just so happened last week we had multiple people averaging 90 after 3 days. Only one of them could go through to Saturday and not play Thursday, Friday. That was Simon
40.
Whitlock. But he timed his run to perfection, getting a critical 80 checkout with a dangling dart at the end of leg number 6. And then that 1-2-4 in the bull against Andy Hamilton to win the group. Couldn't have timed it better.
You call it a dangling dart. I call it a wonder dart. It was something I don't think I will probably ever see in my life again.
$60. $45.
Not happy with that one because he knows Lee's not far behind. Should switch.
94.
There was an argument for switching on dart 2. And here, presto, it's another 1-2-4.
95. Lee require 124.
He doesn't get a shot at the bull, though. I do wonder if
43.
Conan might
Conan, you
need that.
require 81.
Apparently not.
Game shot on the third leg.
Out
Conan
in 2,
Whitehead.
and you can't do better than that. 2-1 Whitehead. He
Full
still
flag,
has those
it's Lee to
ambitions
throw first. Game on.
of being top of the table. Cox has done everything right. But if anything, Whitehead has shown today
140.
what you can do even if you lose early.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think
60.
should he be able to convert this? And then they start the day tomorrow, these two. This is 2 big games as the fixtures are
96.
reversed for day 2. It's game number 15 becomes game 1 and vice versa. You know the rest, but
94.
this could be a big vital win either way. It would give Lee Cox some leeway tomorrow should he come in
133.
and have to play Conan right off the cusp in the morning.
57. Lee require 132.
If Coxie can sort of gap the top of the group by a couple, then it means it's kind of less
92.
important that he wins it in the morning, and then the pressure's not on him rather than Conan having to win it to reel him back in. It's the pressure would all be on Conan in that
41.
situation.
Lee require 40.
We should be level.
20.
We should still be level after this turn.
$96. Lee required 20.
Keeps wearing it on the outside.
Game shot on the fourth
He
flag.
somehow
Lee Cox.
bypasses that blocker dart to give us a 2-2 scoreline. And I've just had a little look ahead to
Fifth
Wednesday.
flag is Conan to throw first. Game on.
These two guys play each other in the last round of the group.
Oh, wow.
So this could be
100.
the head-to-head that signifies who wins this group. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but it's always good to know who you play last, just in case.
100.
I would not be shocked if that was a shootout match. Whoever won it won the group.
140.
And it means we would have seen a lot of close darts up until then, because that's another 10 matches away.
80.
And of the 3 fixtures,
140.
Lee Cox has got the darts twice. He's got them tomorrow. He's got them the day after as well.
100. Conan, you require 121.
Because that's how it's fallen.
Yeah, so if he could nick this one here, it looks more likely it's going to be Conan at the
96.
bullseye, as he always does. Why is it?
$60. Conan, you require 25.
Double 8.
Game shot on the
No
fifth
trouble
leg,
at all.
Conan Whitehead.
Now he's got his opportunity to lead overnight. But he'll have to win
Sixth leg, it's Lee
this
to throw
leg.
first. Game on. $60.
What would actually happen if Whitehead does win leg number 6 is they would swap places.
108.
Whitehead would take Lee's existing leg difference of +7. And Cox would take Whitehead's +6.
100.
And they'd be on 8 points each ahead of playing each other for the second time in the group.
45.
That nullifies the 180 a little bit. There you can see that Alexander Masek is going to be third overnight. Mike Warburton will be fourth.
100.
But the battle for the top, the critical thing for everybody is that if Whitehead wins, the top
41.
spot is 8 points. It's not 10.
Well found there from Cox.
$57. Lee require 140.
If Lee wins this leg, he will lead overnight. But he wants the points.
89.
If he gets them, he's not level with Whitehead. He'll be 4 points ahead. He could still be top after round number 6 tomorrow.
Lee require 52.
Even if he loses. It gives him an extra buffer. And that is something he will fight for in the final leg of the day. The top spot is his.
Final leg. It's Conan to throw first.
So everything now has gone with the darts, and it means there's going to have to be something else and something big.
Well, that 6th leg, it proves
100.
that if you do something like that, you need a backup score as well.
$100.
When Whitehead found a max, he backed it up with 45. It's going to be a little bit more from Lee.
100.
And he was looking for a second 9 darter, wasn't he?
Here you go again, Robbie, because Nico didn't hear that. Come on.
42. $58.
Whitehead has got to get to 121.
100.
And he's short. That little wink is one of. I wanted one extra 60. What Lee needs is 66 more. Now Whitehead can make him pay for not going 16 bull.
Yeah, brave stuff from Lee Cox there. And it turned out to be the right thing.
54. Lee require 40.
It was a very threatening situation from Whitehead.
Game shot
But Lee
and
Cox
the
was up
match.
for the battle.
Lee Cox.
And he wins the last 2 games with brilliant performances. And the last 2 legs of that contest as well to get a 4-3 victory. A perfect day for Coxie. And you will see that smile all day long and tomorrow morning. He was the best player all day, and he deserved that 7-leg win by 4 legs to 3. This is what we've seen for day 1 of week 3 in Series 10 then. Lee Cox, without a doubt, the best player of the day. He was undefeated, and most of the games you saw towards the end went against the throw. So that's something we'll talk about tomorrow. But as far as the table is concerned, Lee is at the top by 4 points. Whitehead and Masek in pursuit with Warburton and McDonagh on 4 points, and Fagg yet to score. Scott Mitchell, your moment of the day, if you please.
Probably it's 5 moments from Lee Cox, I think. He really sort of, from game 1, and he's just embroiled himself on this group and gone to everybody else. Do you know what? I'm the man to beat in this room. If you're going to win this group, you're going to have to get by me, and I like that.
Of the debutants in Masek and McDonagh, who impressed you the most?
Masek, I thought, was very, very good. I think he's unfortunate not to have another couple of points, but he can deal with that tomorrow. And for a debutant, super start for him.
How's Jeremy Fagg feeling after a first day here this week and not getting off the mark?
Well, I think he's been really unfortunate in a couple of games and maybe should have a couple of points on the board, but he can rectify that tomorrow.
Well, Lee Cox will lead the table going into tomorrow. The first game of Tuesday morning will be Lee Cox against Conan Whitehead in their return match. We will return at 9:30 live on Pluto TV for Tuesday, and we will have 15 more matches for your entertainment. We look forward to seeing you then, but for now, you'll just have to settle for Masek from the Czech Republic in 3rd, Warburton from Wales in 4th. But as far as we are concerned, we're going to bid you adieu for now. Plenty more darts coming your way from Pluto TV tomorrow at 9:30. We will see you then. Take care, everyone.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is